Hello there. How's it going? Good evening. Yeah, it's going to be kind of touch and go today with the clouds, but hello SMA Sky. Thank Good evening. Thanks for joining. Um yeah, you'll see in a moment, but basically the um what do you call it? It looked like there would be a chance it would be partly cloudy, and it ended up being a bit more than partly cloudy. It completely clouded over. But then, based on astrospheric, it was kind of indicating that it would start clearing maybe 8-ish. And then it cleared up for a bit. Anyway, long story short, I am not. I have both Seestars outside. They're actually both in alt azimuth mode today. The um, new telescope was unboxed, but it's not out there yet because the mount kind of was a bit overloaded. So I wasn't going to even put the other telescope out, but anyway, I ended up putting it out. So I've got 3 telescopes going, but we'll see how the cloud situation goes, because it has been kind of hit or miss. So let me switch over to my that's off to a good start. What's going on here? There we go. Not sure why that happened. Anyhow, you can see, actually it's kind of obstructed, but this down here is one of the Seestars. Here's the other Seestar, and then here's the refractor I was talking about yesterday. And it's actually pointing at Jupiter right now, which is actually peeking through the clouds. And just to show you that it actually is there. Just a few minutes ago, I could only see Jupiter. The moons were actually not visible. And unfortunately, because of the clouds, I wasn't able to properly sync the mount. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to recenter it. But meanwhile, the 2 Seestars, this one, it managed to kind of pull her line, but then clouds literally rolled in just as it was trying to, well, did I restart that? Clouds rolled in just as it was trying to position itself. So it was like failing on the plate solves, but it should be aligned theoretically. And the moon is still showing through the clouds, which is good. So at least we've got that. Let's see what the state of this one is. And this is misleading because it says equatorial, but it's not running equatorial right now. And it's unclear where this is pointing, and there's clouds going through. So I'm just going to leave this one for now. Oh, maybe. If it clears enough, I'm going to try to start, like, theoretically it's polar line. So I'm going to, it should know where to go to. Hello, Donkulus. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Yeah, at one point I actually had both telescopes pointed at the moon, but then I started running into well, cloud issues and other things, but that's okay. Now this one on the right is set to kind of track the object, and so that's why it's kind of shuddering a bit, because the clouds are kind of throwing it off. And meanwhile, here's Jupiter through the clouds. Actually, let me see if I can just trying to keep using. Actually, what I need to do is move the exposure down. Okay. And then trying to recenter things a little bit. Well, no. No, that's not the way I want to go. Anyway, once we'll kind of wait for the clouds to move on by, but in the meantime, we've got the moon, but as you can see, it's even having a hard time tracking that. So, it was supposed to kind of get a little worse, but then it was theoretically supposed to get better, so we'll see. In the meantime, I'm just, sorry, I was kind of moving this back. I'll put this away until we figure out. Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't create it. It was Kai who created the original. He created it. A number of us contributed. Wiley's site has actually contributed a lot. There's actually a few people who show up in my in the live stream here at various times who are contributors. Yeah, I wrote the UI. I did the live view. Did a few other things, odds and ends. I mean, I did the initial version of the very rough version of the web interface, but then it's been greatly enhanced by several people. Okay, that's cool. I mean, even if you run it, like you can probably bring up a web interface. It'll just say the telescope's offline because it won't know where it is. Yeah. Wow, look at how the moon is, because the Seestar is in object tracking mode, and so it's struggling. Yeah. Yeah, so that's good that if it, yeah, you're in good shape if you see that. And no shipping details. That's too bad, but the good thing is you've got well, yeah, you're ready. You'll be ready to go. Oh man. Hello, Ryan. Are you in the Houston area, or are you just we're looking at the overcast? Hello, good evening, Turf. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't know what's going on. Why sometimes you get the Alp. Why it sometimes takes a while for the pages to load. It's very strange. Used to live in Houston. Okay, and was former meteorologist, now in Chicago. Okay, cool. So yeah, because you're that was slightly more specific geographic detail about Sugarland, and so yeah, I was looking at just this page, and that was kind of yeah, that's wasn't super encouraging the way, like, this was heading this way and these were kind of drifting along. But then some things were showing kind of a clear area showing up, and I did just have, like, it cleared out pretty well for a bit, like half an hour ago or so. So hope springs eternal that it'll happen again. Because I mean, yeah, now that's what it's looking like. Yeah. Why do I plate solve for the moon and planets? Are you talking about when you do a go-to in here and you pick like the moon and planets? Is that what you're talking about, Cosmic Ray? Because I don't want to answer. Okay, yes. It's so there's the mechanism, the way this screen works, it kind of does this general go-to, which does a plate solve, but like the moon go-to doesn't. There's a command in the Seestar to do a go-to, to basically say go find the moon, and it will kind of try to get to the right angle, although a lot of times it seems off, and then it'll start kind of panning. So it doesn't, it's not because you might want to go to the moon when it's not, when there's no stars visible, like it's twilight. And so, no, the reason I'm kind of very I'm very deliberate about explaining this because it's kind of a frustration to me too, that if like you go pick, go to planet and you pick the moon, and it kind of does like a normal go-to where it tries to go to a specific coordinate and then plate solve, but because the moon's too bright, the plate solve fails. But a lot of times it'll be in the right position if you're already kind of aligned. If you're not, then it's not necessarily a good experience. Now, on the live view here, it's kind of confusing and really bad on my part, but when you go into like moon mode here for the live view, which shifts it into kind of a different mode, there's this go-to here, and it actually calls the go-to moon command in the Seestar. So it doesn't actually go to a coordinate. So really what I need to do for that other screen, or somebody needs to do in that other screen, is if you pick a solar system object that has an internal command to go to it, we need to intercept that and actually call that instead of going to the coordinate. That would probably be the best, least annoying option. And I think that would only be for like sun, moon, and Jupiter, maybe. Probably Venus too, because the others are dimmer. So like it's fine if you go to do it's fine if you use it to go to like Neptune, like that works fine, because it's so dim. And the same thing with Uranus, it's so dim that you can use the go-to for that, and it's fine. But for the brighter planets, and definitely the moon, it doesn't. So really, we need to kind of change it internally where it intercepts that and does kind of the correct command. Yeah. What's the command to... Oh, it should be like... Are you running it on your local computer? It should be localhost : like this right here, 5432. That's the default. Hello, Gary. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Nice. So you got the GTI, and the SQA 55. That's awesome. That is awesome. And everything is in one piece. That's great. Well, if it was already polar aligned, because I've done this before where I had already kind of done the horizontal calibration, 3-point, polar alignment, whatever. And then I did a go-to moon, and it just kind of was like failing on plate solve, but it was actually already there. It was just trying to plate solve the star field, and it was failing. So I stopped it. I hit stop, and then just went back into live view, and it was right there. It's definitely not the best experience, which is why with the moon, I added this go-to button, which does basically what the Seestar does, the app does. It does this go-to moon command. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's... yeah. Oh, that's annoying. Can't sync the little cam with the regular cam. I think there was some thought we might be able to do it in Alp, but yeah, I've thought about 3D printing like a little kind of sight or finder scope for the Seestar, because I regularly try to look at the moon before there's stars visible, and it ends up being a huge pain. Because I end up having to try to sight along it while I'm kind of either with my laptop with Alp or using the app and trying to like sight along it, and yeah, it's a massive pain. -5 degrees. Wow, that's pretty bad. That's pretty cold. This is what I have on the screen here is a different program. It's an open source program that controls the Seestars. It's not a it's not the default one. I do have the app running sometimes. I had it running earlier, but usually I use Alp. It's called Seestar Alp, or just Alp. And hello. Hi, Michael. Wow, possible snow. Wow, that's cold. And hi there, SMA Sky. Welcome. And if you just the periodic, if you haven't liked the stream, like it now, because it does help the stream. Helps bring people to the stream while it's still going. So if you wait, I mean, sadly Discord, or you could add a GitHub issue. There's people who just submit issues in GitHub. That's a pretty good mechanism, because then it doesn't get lost in the noise. So if you go to if you do a new issue, then yeah, like and subscribe. Thanks, Michael. If you go to that page, Cosmic Ray, and you can just create a new issue of like if you're having a problem, that's a good place to log it. And some of them are like feature requests. Like this one was add a dew heater command to the commands page. Some of these were in bugs. Yeah, real time. This is a feature request. So, yeah, that's probably the smoothest way to capture issues and requests. Because like I say, it won't get lost that way. Speaking of lost, the moon. It's still kind of there, but barely. Oh, hello, Dark Shades. Good evening. Thanks for joining. We're struggling, as you can see on the all sky camera, with a lot of clouds, but yeah. So that's kind of rough. But it was clearer earlier. And the one thing I might end up doing is kind of my fallback of going through some photos and some other things, since I'm so far behind on processing things. This is something I've been tormenting myself with. Starfront, the remote hosted observatory, I was trying to see how they're... Did they close it up? I think they might have closed it up. It was open earlier. Or is it just that? Yeah, maybe they... It was open earlier, so I was just... Huh. Anyway, remote observatory. It was clear earlier there, but maybe they're... Well, if you look at the... like there's somewhere out... Although that shouldn't... Like that's kind of... Oh, that's now. But that was a while ago. Oh, so they're over here. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's see. Let me grab a hard drive up from over here. I don't know why I called it a hard drive. I usually only use that for referring to spinning disks. It's external SSD. Clouds and moon, really crappy views. Yeah. Oh, the moon's almost there. See, that's why I was saying, like, radio astronomy. I need to do radio astronomy. And it was clear earlier, so that's the problem. Okay, streaming the moon now, but just took the Barlow off. Nice. Let's see. Let me see. Do you have 2 live streams going at the same time? Well, the not sure what you're... I mean, one thing is there's kind of like a tagged release right now, because there were some changes that were made, like the polar alignment refinement, which is helpful if you run it in equatorial mode. And I haven't... I have a laundry list of improvements and other things that I've been wanting to get to, but unfortunately had been... Whoa. Just kind of a little clearing there briefly with the moon. Let's see. I was just looking at copy. So what are the two okay. Nice. What was it? Turf for the save. um Turf had before I knew it was going to cloud out today. Turf had offered to put his Seestar outside, and so we have at least one live telescope right now. It's a live view of M42 from Colorado. So while I'm waiting for the moon to show up, thanks. It's like, what do you call it? Oh, look at how as soon as the moon, enough of the moon came through the clouds, the Seestar was like, oh, gotta recenter it, and just kind of like, it just like flew up from the bottom and recentered itself. And then it's kind of dim again. But thanks to Turf for sharing his telescope there. Yeah, yeah, I know you've mentioned this before, and that's something I want to do, but I think the other problem is just in general. I mean, it's always fraught having multiple versions, especially when you're dealing with a bunch of people who are just kind of, you know, doing it in their spare time and kind of, you know, maybe they show up for a bit, write some code, and then, you know, get busy with other things. And so adding to that can be kind of problematic. Now, one thing I've talked, well, that you suggested and that I've kind of been, or something along the lines of something you suggested, I've been kind of wanting to, you know, tag more stable releases. And we've started doing that a bit more. Like, there wasn't a tagged version on the latest commits because there were a number of things that changed, and they've been getting run by a few of the developers, but I mean, in the wild, but it still wanted to kind of work through the bugs and not, you know, set expectations with people that, like, unless you want to deal with bugs, you shouldn't deal with it. And unfortunately, no, I'm not currently remote controlling. That's I have so that was something, you know, I've been talking about this code that I wrote for the remote control, but it's kind of invasive, and I was waiting for this latest bit of code to get merged in because I didn't want to deal with severe headaches trying to get it to work. And actually, the code I'm working is not my local copy, but the copy that that was just the main GitHub repo. I just grabbed the latest code as of a day ago, the untagged release, and so I'm running that, and it seems fine. But where was I going with that? Oh yeah, so the remote stuff, I was waiting for this code to get merged. That got merged like a day ago, and I started looking at trying to get my code integrated in so then I could commit it. And then once that's in place, I should be able to remote control the Seestars without too much hassle. Like, I was able to do kind of a light version of it, but there were some issues I ran into. And actually, there was a fix that someone else did that will address this one issue I had with live view and remote, that I ended up kind of hacking around it when I was doing a test. Um, but yeah, but the good thing is now that the TLDR new code was merged, so now I can merge my code, which will help with the remote stuff. It still won't be generally useful to others yet, but it might be something that, you know, can be used in select cases between people. And then there's some other things that have been suggested to me that I've been kind of thinking about ways to make this a bit easier. Anyway, that was kind of a long answer. Hopefully something was made sense in there. When the Seestar grabs frames and stores them internally while in station mode, can you? Yes. No. You can grab them. Actually, even if you're connected, not in station mode, if you have your computer kind of connected to the access point that the Seestar provides, there is a let me see. Like, you can, like, it works this way on the Mac, and actually, let me show you on Windows. On Windows, under network, this should work. Just thinking about it, but on Mac, you get it shows up as a computer called Seestar, and then you just kind of connect to it, and you can see these are the things that I've imaged on here. And this was like something I imaged the other day, and so yeah, it's pulling it off the Seestar. So this was that the thing I imaged last night, where I ran M42 for like an hour and a half and started massively rotating towards the end, and then even have the fit file and everything. So yeah, so it just shows up as a network drive, and the same thing under Windows. Yeah, which for whatever reason it's but yeah, that's all you do. So when you're on the same network, it shows up and you can copy things. Now you want to make sure your network connection's good, because some of those files can be it can be slow if your connection isn't pretty solid. So how did you get the thermal camera? This is actually the thermal camera is actually running on a Raspberry Pi, and this is the All Sky camera. It's this All Sky camera software, and it has modules to support just random things that are kind of experimental, and one of them was to support this particular thermal camera sensor that I just happened to actually already have, that I had gotten off Adafruit. They have not that, like, it was cheaper when I got it. Maybe I got this, it was a lot cheaper than $75, but yeah, it's like basically this sensor that connects through like an I2C connection, I think. Yeah, it's I2C. And then there's like I say, the module that was written, there's a module in the All Sky camera software that reads it and lets you set up an overlay, and so that's what I did. Yeah. And like I say, it was a coincidence that I was looking at like all the modules they had when I was first setting it up, and and it had like thermal camera. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. I doubt it works. And then I'm like, wait, that part number sounds familiar. And I went and looked. I'm like, oh, I actually have it. So just gratuitously added. Yeah. And yeah, as far as the network, yeah, you're welcome. Um, I mean, like the Discord server can be that way. Not mine, not this channel's one, but um the other one. That Smart Underground one. Oh, hello, Chris. Yeah, it's a lot of clouds, but thanks to turf, we're able to at least see something. And how cold is it, turf, where you are in Colorado? Oh, hello, Burrick. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Yeah, thanks to turf for the save. Well, and it was before I even knew that it was going to be cloudy. I was he had offered, and I'm like, sure, that'd be fine. That would be cool. Then I was thinking I could do side by side, kind of how we did a side by side where he was imaging stuff with his RASA in his Bortle 3 skies, and I was imaging the same things with the Seestar, with the Bortle 9, and that was kind of that was a cool test side by side. And so I was thinking, okay, he was gonna turf put his Seestar out, and I'm like, well, we can do a side by side, Seestar to Seestar, where the only difference is Bortle 3 versus Bortle 9, and we could like watch it in real time and see the difference. But then the weather decided otherwise for me. Yeah, wow, that's cold. Yeah, I was it's only like in the actually it's like 40 degrees here now. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, it's interesting. And the other thing I kind of found interesting about the thermal camera, well, you can kind of see the the telescope, and you can see the building, and it'll be interesting when like clouds come through. You'll see if the cloud's warmer or cooler, you'll see kind of there'll be different colors. Now this is a pretty low resolution sensor, and it's doing some kind of interpolation to kind of improve the resolution. Trying to talk and type at the same time, and I was failing. But yeah, it's this All Sky software, which is kind of one of the two main ones I've run across. And yeah, modules. So there's, yeah, All Sky modules. So load image, save image, star count, meteor detection. Maybe these were, was it, maybe it was a contributed modules? All Sky modules. Yeah, this is the one. If you end up running this one, that's where I ended up getting the module. And some of the people who, I mean, it's under the same GitHub org as the software itself. So, but yeah, just kind of gratuitous. But like I say, I didn't deliberately buy the sensor just for the All Sky camera. It's just like I had it, I think I had bought two of them. I'd bought two of them, and one of them had been kind of, it was used for a project, and then I stopped using it, and so I was like, oh, I'm not using it. I should just throw it in the AltAz camera since it works. Yeah. The Seestar is frosty. 45 at the scope? That's not bad. That's actually warmer than me. I think it's 42 here. Yeah. No, that's good. That I actually did Cosmic Ray, and thank you for actually bringing that to my attention. I did it over Christmas, in Christmas New Year's time. It's actually kind of nagging me about it now because I use their upgrade method of renaming the directory, unpacking the new one, and then it would detect us. If the directory was if the old directory was named a certain way, it would detect that and say, okay, do you want to migrate your settings over? And so I did that. So yeah, thanks for letting. I didn't even know it had been a new version had come out. So yeah, I'm running the latest and greatest. Yeah. It can be, I mean, at least growing up, I liked it when it was colder because that meant no mosquitoes. But yeah. Well, 98% humidity. That sounds like it often is here in the summer in Houston, Texas. Yeah. No, that's great. So did you just recently get your Seestar? Um, no, unfortunately, the all sky camera does not run all the time. It could. It's just I haven't weatherproofed it yet. I have all the pieces, and it was a project I had debated taking or doing over Christmas, but I ended up working on other projects. But it's eventually I want to be able to leave it out there 24/7, and since it's all a Raspberry Pi, like you can just power it with the the DC voltage it needs, or I actually have the hat, the kind of hardware add-on to support power over Ethernet, and so I'm probably going to switch to that so I can run an Ethernet cord, maybe bury it. Well, I definitely will have to bury it because otherwise it'll get cut, and then yeah, then it'll just run. And then the connection will be more stable as well because it'll be running over Ethernet. That's the plan. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting seeing it, the temperature difference in the clouds. It is kind of cool. Um, and yeah, I think I have one of those for my phone too, I think. Kind of a random thermal. Let me see. If I go back, I've been running this because I did an unlisted solar stream earlier today, and so I've had the camera out all day. Yeah, this one when the thicker clouds really started rolling in, it was kind of cool because I hope I'm not overloading it. It's thinking about it. Let it. Oh wow, big Mount freezes under zero. It is funny because I watch this YouTube channel, Alaskan Astro or something like that, and he he was doing a review about focusers, I think, and how frustrating it was when some of them would like seize up on him below a temperature. Oh, nice! Congratulations. It's on the new Seestar. Okay, yeah. I want to do it. Yeah, and I've actually also thought about that because I've been wanting to run one kind of in an alternate location, And it would be, you know, 50 feet away from a building, which I could run an Ethernet cable, but part of me wants to just do solar and a battery. But that's down the road. Oh, hey. Oh no, this is the image. Yeah, so here you can really see, this was earlier when the thicker clouds were really starting to come through, and you can see it in the thermal camera, how these clouds are warmer, or because this is looking at kind of the sky slash space, it's cooler. It's probably more like it, but it's still kind of interesting seeing the line going along with the on the thermal camera. But yeah, let me go back to live view. Man, that is, yeah, that's kind of rough. Yeah, that would be cool. Do a solar battery power. And you may have missed it, SMA Sky. I noticed that you have 2 different live streams running. Like, is one like one device and the other is another device? I'm just curious. The next time I tune in. Yeah, so oh, you've got 3. See, I was looking at okay. When I was looking at it on the YouTube on your channel page, it just mentioned 2, probably because it wasn't, well, it mentioned 2 at the top, but then live now it mentioned 3. Well, that's cool. Probably the 2 that I saw were the non-vertical ones. Nice. See, that gives me ideas. I don't know that I would do 2 separate streams personally, but I have thought about doing like a vertical and a horizontal. I should do that. Yeah, so SMA's channel is that one. Yeah, so answering your question. Yeah, I've heard that about that too, but sometimes it's like different audiences. I've heard that and I've kind of seen that in some places where it's the short versus long videos can be totally different audiences, so it could be worth doing both. Yes, there is actually, if not that I'm trying to push you into this, but this software that that Turf and I are running, this third-party software, and really you don't have to use it every day, day to day, but if you go into settings, and this is open source software, so it's like you can save subframes. Like there's a setting in the Seestar app to do that, but they actually have a setting internally that's been exposed in Alp that lets you save failed subframes. And as you can see, I have it turned on, and it basically just prefixes it with, or suffixes it with a failed. Actually, I could probably go look. No, this one doesn't have it, so let me go back to here. If I go back to here, and if I look at how many subframes did I have on this, I hope I'm not going to regret this, because it's thinking about it. We'll let it think about it while I go back over here. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm glad I didn't click on the other one. Oh, okay, here. It's still loading. This isn't necessarily the best thing to do, but yeah, it can be kind of slow. And I think some of that's not necessarily the Seestar itself, it's the Mac. I think it's trying to do like thumbnails or something, or preview the data, so it ends up being a lot slower. Let me try this a different way. Okay, let's go look at... Okay. I actually have this more of a command line way of looking at it. Yeah, so here you can see I've turned it on, and so here's all the frames, and then here's all the failed frames. So it just kind of adds this underscore failed. And sometimes they're salvageable and sometimes they're not. I need to have a better way to mute that quickly. Sorry. But yeah, so I set that, turn that setting on, and it's very helpful. Yeah. Yeah, there's if you go look at the instructions, let me drop the link. There is a script that for Raspberry Pis. There's some instructions in there. Yeah, there's a script that'll help set up and then install the dependencies on a Raspberry Pi. Here, I think the moon has finally gone behind a building. So, oh, nice. Oh, slideshows of images. Okay, that's cool. Kind of like a highlight reel. That's neat. I need to check that out. So what are you going to... Oh, you're running autofocus on it? Let me see what the all sky... Actually, since this is... since I'm having some problems here, let me reorganize this. So I can go run this. Well, this isn't going to show anything at this point because the moon is, I think it's, which telescope is it? It's, which one is it? This is the B scope. See, I'm all confused now because I took it off the one off the mount. This is the B. No, this is the A scope. This is the B scope. I need to make them left to right, so A, B. But this is actually the B scope, and this is the A scope because this is the one that's usually in equatorial mode. Anyway, So the B scope here, it's pointing at a building now, which is why it's dark. Because at least when there were clouds there, sometimes it was a little light, but anyhow. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, if you have, there is a setting where it will save images locally, but if you don't have that on, it won't fill up the thing. It stopped stacking. Did you specify a time when you started imaging it, or it's fine, we can go on. Oh, okay. Okay. Good night. Thanks for joining. And oh, and if you haven't joined the Discord server, I need to plug that. There is a Discord server. So if you, yeah, that might have been the thing. You might have had it for, but yeah, it must have been half an hour. So let me look at a list. Since you actually have dark skies, let's take advantage of that. Try to image some things that I can't. Yeah, and so thanks for joining, by the way, Bert. Yeah, join tomorrow. Yeah. Thanks for and have a good evening, morning, whatever. Hello, qubits. Okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, the little extra time with the setup can make a big difference. In equatorial mode, just reproducibility and getting rid of like field rotation. It's nice, and that's cool. You use the phone. Oh, we're using the phone after horizontal calibration. Okay, cool, nice. Yeah, and even then there's kind of a limit because Alp, it kind of has to do something to make it go below the horizon, and so even then it's kind of a limit, and you kind of have to run Alp when you're doing that, because it basically it does something. It tells the Seestar something, and then it undoes it after the exposure, so that when you park it, it doesn't try to over park. So yeah, but it works fine. It works great. Yeah, an all sky frame. Yeah. I save the frames, and then I save the I have it do videos and stuff, time lapse, and then it expires them out. Yeah, I think it can. I think it can handle a terabyte. Yeah. To be fair, your AltAz images are very good. I think it depends on what you're doing with it. Like if you're doing like really long exposures, or you're doing kind of bigger mosaics, like the native mosaic has a limit. Now, if you have an S30 like you do, the limit's pretty big. But if you're trying to do even bigger things and you're using Alp for it, then equatorial mode is makes it cleaner. But yeah. But yeah, it does pretty well with AltAz too. Or it does well with AltAz, and honestly, that's the way I ran it for like a year. That way I was later to the equatorial game with the Seestar. So we need to give turf what would be a good target? Now, I have to keep in mind that you're further west than me, but you also don't have the horizon obstructions I have. So let me look. What would be a good target? Let's see. Yeah, that's true. It does drop less subs when it's an equatorial. Yeah, well, he since he has dark skies, do you have any suggestions, Cosmic Ray, for like dark nebula that would be good for like an S30? Because I mean, like I struggle to get enough data for some of them. Let me turn off. Let me make sure it's the right time. Okay, good time. And I had, actually, I think I can do it. Can I search this here? Was it Dark Nebula? And let me change the framing to the Seestar. Okay, and I should turn on, actually, heck, even not even just purely dark nebula, but some of the yeah, let me go look at the list. Bernard. Bernard. Where did I put those? I had Bernard 3 on the list. I don't know if that was one you gave me or not. And actually what I need to do is turn on this, because this really kind of shows it better sometimes. And that one's kind of subtle. That's a good one. I think Bernard 3 was, but let's look for another one. Bernard 369. Is that actually up right now? And yes, it is. And where is that? That is, what is that next to? Sometimes this view is a little too much. I'm going to shut that off. Which nebula is this? Is that Lowry's? Oh, the Lion Nebula. Is the Lion Nebula still visible where you are? Yeah, okay, how about, that's a good idea. How about the Rosette? And that would actually be a good test too, because, yeah, turf, maybe the, start with the Rosette. Yeah. Nice. Let me look at my list here. I had Bernard 369. Oh, I had Bernard. Okay, here's, I think I find. Oh, that was turf. Turf's this is turf. So let me look at. I had. Gosh, sorry, I'm like bouncing around here. We have Bernard 150. Let's check that one. Oh yeah, that one was. What am I doing? This one might be a cool one. I don't know how it would be where turf is, but yeah, Bernard 150, that was kind of an interesting one. And that's the seahorse. Oh, okay. Here's I found the list. 142. Yeah, no. Like we were gonna do a comparison. Turf offered, and I was gonna compare his scope just like he did with the Rasa, but now he's oh, it's just dropping. Could it be that is there some kind of, or do you have any obstructions where it might be obstructing something? Let's see. 150. I had 150, and then I have, that was another one you gave me, was 142, but that isn't visible right now. The fish on the platter. Okay, it's starting to. I almost want to say that 150 was kind of interesting. 142, 144. One thing, Turf, can you go to settings, function settings, and see if the light pollution filter's on? Functions up in the upper left. Yeah, and then settings, and then see if it's got. It's at the very bottom, I think. Click enable. And the only reason, and hit save. The only reason to do that, even though you don't have light pollution, is it's more of a H alpha dual band filter. Might need to do the dew heater. That might be a good idea too. Yeah, and then you can go back to the live view. But yeah. Yeah. Well, no, actually, he had offered before I clouded over, like earlier this afternoon, and I'm like, sure, because then we can do a side-by-side comparison like we had done Seestar versus Rasa. I was like, we could do Seestar versus Seestar, Bortle 3 versus 9, which, you know, we know who's going to win that one, but it's still interesting to see it side by side. But yeah, he offered it, and then I clouded out, so it's it allows us to have something live, and I'm very appreciative of that. Fish on a platter. It's too bad that it's a little on the small. Like if there was a way to. Portal Bernard 3. Yeah, maybe this one. This one could be an interesting one. Kuttner's Cloud. Well, let me make that more. Let me make this more like that, and then we can see the horrible skies I have. But yeah, the intent wasn't to completely rely on Turf's Seestar, but it is helpful, especially. Unfortunately, I have like 3 telescopes that are all idle right now. Kind of a bummer. Yeah, and as far as like two-way audio, if I like, he's on Discord right now, like I'm pulling in Discord, and so theoretically, you could, but I don't. I don't think I have it set up. I don't think I have it set up the way I'd have to think about how I could bring that in, because I don't have the audio from my computer going onto the stream. I should be able to do that, because I've wanted to set up, do like, what do you call it? Like look at a video with audio, but I think the last time I did it, I ended up with feedback. Oh, and you don't have a mic, so there's that too. But yeah, because we had talked about that in the past, of having like maybe having multiple people, and different people with telescopes, especially once the remote, kind of proper remote, is in place, because then it could all be kind of driven through one interface, but then people could be on Discord and then bring the audio into the stream. Kind of a star party, a virtual star party. But I always have to make notes. I need to look into getting audio from my computer. Yeah. Like that's, yeah, the way I drive the stream is kind of weird, so it's theoretically possible, but it would be something I'd have to test out. And Turf doesn't have a mic today anyway, so but yeah, that's 5 minutes. It's not too bad. I mean, it's good. Darker skies. Meanwhile, I need to keep looking for dark nebula. Actually, what I can do is this, and that, kind of move it partly off the screen, and move this. Oops. There we go. So I don't know what. I think like that Bernard. There's so many good ones. Bernard 3 seems like it could be good. me see. Because Bernard 150, I guess, like the framing of Bernard 150 is just like for the Seestar. It's. But let me look at that again. See, this is an interesting one, but like really you have to frame it like over here to kind of get like this part of it. That could be an interesting one. I wonder. Or we could just was hoping that some of these might go by a different name. Which one? Which star is this one? Yeah, it's too bad that. But this would be an interesting thing if you could. And this was one of them. And the whole thing is called the Seahorse. You can kind of tell. Oh no. I'm sorry. I was looking at fields of view and I thought it would fit better. Anyway, it does. So maybe that might be something to try. I had a Barlow turned on in Stellarium. Yeah, that's a good question. I've just kind of searched around for things, but that would be a good thing to come up with. Come up with lists of Seestar resources, but offhand I don't know one. Yeah, because stuff is kind of scattered around. Yeah. Made another note. Let me expand this. I realize it's like I don't need to have the all-sky camera because even though I can't see it, if you're watching, you can see it in the lower right. Anyway, so that was kind of unnecessary. But yeah, I think after this, maybe we could try. Let me see how high this is in the sky. Bernard, where I am, it is kind of low and getting lower. But it's a high deck. Turf, can you look up Bernard 150 and see like where it is in your sky, if it's high or low? Right. Yeah. Yeah. It is. Speaking of Facebook, oh my gosh, the thing that got me is like, forget other things, that they were, was it on Facebook or Instagram, that they were experimenting with, that Meta itself was experimenting with profiles, fake AI profiles, like of people that didn't exist, with AI images. And it's like, why? Like, why are we doing this? Like originally it was about connecting with people, you know, friends, classmates, family, you know, seeing what people are up to and sharing stuff, playing games. But like AI people? Why? And then at what point, you know, Facebook will have what, 10 billion users? You know, like what is it even? Anyway, I guess I haven't quite wrapped my head around that. Yeah, see, so I got a an IMX 585 based one-shot color camera, and so far I'm happy with it. I've only used it once yesterday. Yeah, because it showed up yesterday. I've literally used it once, and I was hoping to use it tonight. Like I actually have it. I had it pointing at Jupiter briefly. Now it's pointing at clouds, and what lovely clouds they are. Um, and so yeah, I was. It's color, but I'm like, yeah, that QHY with filter wheel, mono. Like, it's very tempting for me personally. Okay, it's close to setting. Okay. Well, the good thing is I was wrong about the field of view because I still had the Barlow turned on because I was looking at fields of view for like my other scope, and I had Barlow, but I switched the sensor and the telescope back to the Seestar, but I hadn't turned off the Barlow. So let me look again at see other dark ones. Hello, Star Traveler. Good evening. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Yeah. It is funny. It is funny. I remember there was like a Facebook, a major Facebook like infrastructure problem, and like I don't know, within the last few years, and seeing jokes about productivity soared while it was down, and people's net happiness went up and stuff like that. It was kind of funny, funny not funny kind of thing. But yeah. Well, I mean, because if you get the one, because it has a built-in. It has a built-in filter wheel, and you can get it with the filters. The only problem, it's not necessarily a problem, but they're like non-standard. I mean, it's not like a normal size. It's a mini size, and maybe eventually I'm sure some other companies will start making them, especially if this camera starts doing well, which I wouldn't be surprised if it does. But at least right now, I think you'd have to get them from QHY. Oh, nice. Imaging after 2 weeks, that's great. Oh, nice. Congratulations, Gary. Glad you welcome to the party of having the Seestar. That's great. Okay. Well, if it doesn't set, then that might be worth trying. But let me look at another one real quick here. This just makes me sad that how bad the clouds are here. Like, it was briefly clear, but see this turf, this Bernard 150, that looks kind of interesting. And this would be something without the light pollution filter, I think. And then there was another one. Let me look that up. There was like Bernard. Is it 3? Yeah, that's kind of an interesting one too. At least where I am, it's really high in the sky. But maybe Bernard 3. I think the one Bernard 150, I think, is one cosmic ray had mentioned. But let me look at the list now that I actually have the field of view correct. Let me put your scope back over here. Let me see. I am like, I don't know how I get so far behind on the chat. Yeah. Jupiter's out there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean Jupiter's fine. I mean, if you do a go to Jupiter and you expand it and you zoom in and kind of mess around with the exposure, it's not too bad. And one is looking super. That's awesome. Put an ESIR on it to see what it'll do. 37 pounds on a 33 pound mount. Yeah. Well, and that's the problem. I have a pretty lightweight mount, and I was gonna, the new telescope I got was I knew it was slightly beyond the rated capacity, and I put it on there. It seemed fine. I disengaged the axis. One of that, which one was it? It was the right ascension axis, and I was like trying to see if it was balanced, and it was like, this thing is not even close to balanced. This is not a good idea. And I hadn't even put the camera on at that point, and I'm like, yeah, this, I have a plan B that, but I was hoping to actually try out the new scope beforehand, but at least I was able to unbox it. Yeah, well, like Gary, how long of an exposure and like cosmic ray, as long as you like it. Because I mean, depending on your bortle, it can just make it less noisy, and stuff. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 30 minutes. And then, yes, I agree. The denoise function can really clean it up. My advice is to just kind of not overdo it. Better to have a little noise and not like completely destroy detail, because sometimes that it like softens things too much. But yeah. Yeah, and so the scope is turf. Still turf. Turf's the is the man of the hour, man of the day. I just made it full screen while I figured out, let me move this over here. I do think this Bernard 150 is promising. And then what was the other one? There was another one here. Bernard. Croak function. Yeah, that's true. That happened to me. The denoise sometimes chokes. Bernard 3. Let's see. Bernard. Okay, so another one, 142, 143, 144. Oh. Wait. 143. Oh, that's interesting. That's in a very rich star field. Now wait, is that below the horizon? Is that a negative? Okay, it's below the horizon for me, so Bernard 144. Let's see. I had Bernard 143. Oh no, 142, 143. So Bernard helps if I know how to spell. Bernard 142. Okay, that's what I was looking at before. And then, but that's below the horizon. That's below the horizon for me, so it's probably not. Bernard 144. That is also below the horizon. What was it? LDN 1235. The Dark Shark Nebula. Yeah, that might be too dark. So maybe maybe Bernard 150. Because since Turf actually has the skies for it. Yes, definitely save before denoise. And then yeah, Graxpert is also good. But the nice thing is the denoise. If you're using the app, there's a denoise built into it. So, or they call it like AI enhancement or something like that. But just like Graxpert has the AI denoise. Yeah, 15 minutes. Not even. So 88 frames. Kind of curious where. Okay. All right. So, just in the interest of unfair comparisons to me, let's see. Now the difference is I did a mosaic of a Seestar native mosaic, and let's bring this up. Yeah, that's what I'm. The problem is, like I say, it's unfair because you're just doing a single shot of the core, whereas I did a mosaic, so it was spread around. But still, if you have 94 frames, if I look at the one I have with 500 frames, but it's spread over a bigger area. I'm sorry. It makes me sad. this was 500 frames versus 97 frames. Oh, dang it. Yeah. So this was literally 500 frames. Yeah. So let me look at another one that I did. Was this one I did actually on New Year's New Year's Eve it was December 31st, just after midnight, so it was like the night of December 30th I did this one, so it wasn't that long ago. And then this one actually has a bit more color, and this was 317 frames that I did back around Thanksgiving. So yeah, that's Yeah, let me find your rosette. Yeah, dark skies for the win. Let me find Cosmic Rays rosette, because he did it with with the S30. Let's see. Okay, back. Nice. Very nice. So this was, I think, also doing after AI noise reduction. And this was like 10 this was 10 minutes 10 minutes of data from the Seestar. So let me bring back so here's 17 minutes of data with an S30. Here is, trying to resize so I can move this like that. Great. Here is literally hundreds of frames. So maybe there was some bad seeing, so I'm gonna pretend that one didn't happen. This one was what, 50 minutes of data, granted mosaic, but then here's Cosmic Rays 10 minutes with a an S30, not mosaic since it's got a wider field of view, and with the AI denoise. So let me bring all these up. So this was 10 minutes on an S30 with processing, but otherwise out of app. Here is unprocessed, stacked with an S50, and in both of these are lower Bortle. I forget Cosmic Ray what your Bortle is, but Turf's is Bortle 3, and I think yours is also pretty low, and mine's Bortle 9. I mean, that's crazy. That's like so much data. Okay, Cosmic Ray is also Bortle 3. Nice. Yeah, so there you go. There you go, folks. It is possible. And to be fair, I did take that really bad image, or not bad, but one of those mosaics I took of the Leo, not of Leo. I'm looking at some where is it? Yeah. So I actually, this is even more of a, so here we go with, so live but less than 20 minutes, 10 minutes processed. This is out of camera, so, but like almost an hour. But then I took this exact same image and I did process it externally using, serial Graxpert. I didn't restack it. I just took this mosaic, and it's a different orientation. I rotated it, but I ended up with, I was able to brighten up the colors of mine quite a bit. But even then, it's still like basically an hour of data and then spending time, processing it. Whereas this was basically using the app in 10 minutes. And then this hasn't been processed yet, besides just the stacking. And I'm sure it'll also be like nice and vivid. But yeah, there you go. Bortle 3 versus and yeah, no, I mean, you were getting great results right off the bat with your S30. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So there is a moon here, but still the result compared to mine, and I might not have had a moon going on. Yeah, because it was like one of those I shot um New Year's, so the moon wasn't a factor. So I don't remember the moon condition with this one, but I was still fighting the moon. Or I wasn't fighting the moon, and it was just fighting light pollution. Yeah. I yeah, I'm using Turf's thing because Turf's Seestar, because as you can see, I'm completely clouded out. And yeah, the S30 framing is great for the rosette. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, to be honest, I was actually surprised that I was able to get this to this. I mean, it's rotated and flipped, I think. But I was I was surprised that I was able to bring out detail down here. Um, but it's still kind of noisy and artifacty. um, and I had to, I ran it through Cosmic Clarity and I ran it through Graxpert and, you know, but I mean, I didn't restack it. I just took the stacked fit file from the Seestar. And I was, like I say, I was kind of surprised that it actually cleaned up or brightened up like that. Nice. M87. Cool. Yeah, so hold on. In Discord, what happened? Or was it what happened? Or are you talking about, or are you watching the hold on a second. All right. All right. So, give me a sec here. Yeah, so to your yeah. Yeah, if that's not an option, I mean, to be honest, I mean they're both good based on what I've seen. I only have the S50, but um now like Cosmic Array and Turf have very dark skies where they are. Um Now I have really lousy skies and um I'm able to get passable results. It just takes me a lot longer. And some targets are just too it's difficult to get enough data for them. But I think either one is good. Um, the S30 is capable. It's very capable, and it's smaller and lighter and cheaper. So that's a good one. Um, they both use the same app, so um, so they're in that way they're identical. If I don't know, if I were starting with a new one, I think that would be a tough decision because I like that the S50 has a slightly bigger lens, but the S30 has a slightly newer uh, CCD in it. But otherwise, yeah. So I think, and the wider field of view, like the fact Cosmic Array got this nice image of the rosette and stuff like the Orion Nebula fits in one frame without having to do weird trying to get it to work. Now that said, the S50 now, I was able to get the image I got of the rosette, or better, this one. Well, this one is, I was able to get the whole rosette using the mosaic mode in the S50, and both the S30 and S50 have it. So you can go in when you're trying to image a target and you can pick kind of a wider area. Now, the problem is it ends up taking a lot longer. So, whereas Cosmic Ray has the wider field and he's able to get like a bigger image without having to, the telescope having to like synthesize a bigger image. Wait, what happened? Did I? Okay, no, I was here. The problem is I had it pinned and then I ended up unpinning it, but yeah, it's here. This is turf scope. Yeah. The dust. Although, you know, I have hazy skies a lot because of pollution and humidity. S30 I love. I have a bunch of here too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that would, I don't think you'd go wrong with either one, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, well, hopefully they'll start producing them. The previewing is just, oh no, it's basically like a live view. You can, if you stopped imaging, if it's showing you previewing, you can just go to the next target. It's basically kind of, it's not stacking the images anymore. It's just showing you kind of like, you know, fraction of a second images over and over again of the target. Oh, you. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah. There's different things. Yeah. Yeah, no, just get start with the S30. Like you'll be able to take photos. Yeah, I mean you'll be able to, yeah, get one of each. Although I think start with the S30 because then like you can kind of get used to it, and then if you want to get the S50, let me check something here. We've got oops, let me try this over here. Okay. It's taking a while to add, Seiko. I don't know why it's taking a while to try to start the stream. Okay, cool. LDN. And that one you'll probably want to turn off the you probably want to turn off the light pollution filter for that one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would start with the S30. I would definitely start with the S30 because it's less, it's a good it's a less expensive one, and you could probably sell it to somebody, you know, like if you want to get rid of it, or you just get a S50 when you're ready for that, or once you've not ready, once you've had time to use the S30, because they're not so different. I feel like they're not like radically different from each other. It's not like one, you know, is 10 times as capable as the other. NGC 281's a good target. That's a nice, that's a very nice bright target, and it frames well in the Seestar, in the frame of view. Yeah. Well, and then that's another option for Callista to consider. You could get an S30 and then maybe get a dwarf. Well, yes. So if you're wanting to image things that are smaller, the S50 will do better with that. Cosmic Ray got his like a couple weeks ago, or a week ago. Oh, and Callus, if you want to buy, if you end up buying one of them, I do have an affiliate link in my description for High Point Scientific and for Seestar Direct. Although a lot of people have been leery of Seestar Direct, but High Point Scientific, I've bought a lot of stuff from them, and I've been happy with them. They're pretty reliable. But if you use the affiliate link I have in my video description, I might get a small commission at no cost to you. But let me see. I was having... Let me see. Whoa. For some reason, Seiko, your video wasn't loading for me. Like it's doing that. Yes, I agree. High Point has them. Okay. Yeah, M1 is, yeah, so yeah, certain targets definitely will be better in the S50. So like the Rosette would be better with the S30, but then some targets are better. And then like, yeah. Yeah, so the Robin's Egg Nebula. Let me see. What was the NGC on that one? Like I say, I was surprised even in my lousy skies, how bright that was. NGC 1360. NGC 1360. Let me see. NGC 1360. Sorry, I'm like trying to find the image I took of it recently. 1360. I did 174 frames. And let me see if I can pull this up here without too much drama. Let's see. Okay, great. Great. Now this was right out of the telescope. No processing. And like I was saying, it was, let me hide this because that's, and this is Bortle 9, very low on the horizon for me, in a kind of a light polluted direction. And I think with some processing, this will kind of be even better. So it was like half an hour of data. Not quite. But I wasn't, based on it being a blue nebula, I guess I had very low expectations that I'd even be able to capture it, you know? So, um, cool. All right. Yeah. Well, if you either you use Alp or um, if you have Alp, um, or if you have a Mac laptop, you can use the iPad app. If you have a newer Mac laptop, like any of the Apple Silicon ones, you can run, like I run it on mine. I won't be able to connect because of reasons, but let me unpin this again. But you can run, if you have a Mac, you can run the Seestar app on your computer. Oh, took 3 weeks. Yeah. Oh, no, no, you weren't interrupting my train of thought. I mean, this is what I do. Yeah. I like, answering questions and stuff. And plus then you ask me a question and I'm like, oh, I'm kind of curious. How long did I expose that for? Nice. Hello, Crispy Chris. Nice. Should be able to take delivery in a few days. No, it's and hello from Maryland. Yeah, no, I think you'll like it. I think you'll like it a lot. Right now, unfortunately, I'm kind of clouded out. I had my Seestars ready, as you can see in the all sky camera below, but what we're watching right now is actually Turf, who's kind of getting his Seestar, sharing his Seestar. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, nice. Nice. Okay, let me check now. Let me add this. Nice. I like it. I have to go do, what was it? There was, let me figure this out. What was it? I did this one night. It was just there. Let me, I just had it a second ago. I don't know what happened. Oh, nice. $10 discount. Awesome. That's perfect. Whoa, what happened? What is that on your telescope? That looks, is that an obstruction? Oh, and a tree. Okay. I was going to say, I was like, hopefully, okay. Okay, cool. At least it's a tree. Bright moon. Yeah. Yeah, it's polar alignment. Yeah, it depends. Theoretically it should go to 100%. Sometimes I'll have mine fail because it'll try to go back to like a specific point and then it fails on that stage. And then sometimes like it'll get to 100% polar alignment, or it'll fail like at the last step, but then sometimes it'll be fine anyway. Um, you could always just try it again, try to run it again, and make sure it's not pointing at like a building or a tree or something. Oh, that's not you. Oh, wait, what? Oh, no, no, no. I know that wasn't you, but I'm not able to load your image. Seiko. Your like it briefly came up. I saw it, but then I was trying to get the two of them to run together, but it wasn't cooperating. Yeah. Yeah. That's cool. All right. Oh, gotta love those trees. Could always try something else. What was the one we were... how high is the robin's egg? How high is the robin's egg in your sky? Because here it's a fairly low... Oh, actually, let me look that up. Yeah, I don't know how low that is going to be for you. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, well, as you can see, my observing session pretty much ended before it even started, and it's only because of Turf's generosity of sharing his Seestar tonight. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, no, it's and that's I've talked to a lot of I've seen a lot of people who do that, where they where in they have other scopes and they use Seestars for additional imaging. Sometimes what I find is I was kind of neglecting my other scopes because it was so easy to just put the Seestar out in the backyard. Yeah, clouds rolling up at the moon. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Well, so far, Turf just has just had trees. We'll see if this NGC 1360 works. Okay, let me try that. Oops, didn't mean to dismiss that so quickly. Here we go. All right, so this, and then hide non-video participants, cross that out, and is that right? No. I'll do the grid, and there we go. No, I'll leave it like this. Well, that's great. Oh, did you end up, Seiko, did you end up getting your S30? Because this little subframe in the corner doesn't look like anything I've seen before. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, it's really easy to pick it up and yeah. I mean, it's times when I don't want to lug out other things and to the point where now I'm like, okay, I'm trying to make a conscious effort to use the other gear. Um but yeah. Yeah, oh nice. So we've got an S30 and an S50 going. With the that's interesting. So that they have like the sun in this kind of little inset finder. Oh, this is first light. Nice. Very nice. Well, thank you for sharing that. That's awesome. Let's why did I arg? Oh no. Okay, I was gonna be like, if I mess that up again, that would be annoying. Okay. Ugh. No, stop. I didn't mean to do that. I hope I didn't mess it up again. Oh, that's cool. That would be really cool. Bunch of small objects. I mean, make sure you have the light pollution filter turned on. But let me pull up an image here. Let's see. Seestar B. For some reason, I'm just having bad luck. Yeah, I mean, the moon's a good target, and clusters are also good targets. But NGC 281. Just trying to see if I have one nearby. Wait, that one is that one also a tree? I'm just having all kinds of great ideas here. Yeah, so this is a photo I took of, yeah. Yeah, so as far as NGC 281, this isn't a great photo, but you should start seeing kind of nebulosity and stuff. Or when you say there's little objects, are you talking about like these like black dots in there? Is that what you were talking about? Do you need to mount it so the arm swings out straight ahead towards north at startup? EQ mode is kind of a little... Basically the, I mean, the kind of the bottom bearing, that's the axis head pointing towards the north pole, celestial pole. And if you're using Alp for it, and you have it configured, there is a setting where it will, I think, I don't know if you have to do the number, but I think, like, if you dial it in, if you get the configuration set the right way, when it unparks, it will open the arm and it'll actually be pointed up, I think. And that way, when it's doing the horizontal calibration, it's kind of less likely to have obstructions. But I forget how you have to orient it. Generally, what I end up doing is I unpark it because I have such badly obstructed skies. I do the startup sequence just on opening the arm, and then I kind of manually move it or use the joystick in Alp to move it. And then, yeah. But it doesn't point towards like the North Celestial Pole, if that's the question. Okay. Connections. Went from horizon to horizon. Oops. So let's find another target. Oh, huh. Well, make sure you have the light pollution filter on, because otherwise you might not be getting as much of the, I mean, depending on your skies, you might not be getting as much of the nebulosity, but just some of the stars in it. Like, oops. Let me, because there is like a cluster of stars in the center of it. And like I say, this was like 40-minute exposure. I mean, 40 minutes of time. But you if you have the light pollution filter on, you should start seeing nebulosity pretty quickly. Theoretically, like if I have the alignment right, I can consistently do like 15-second exposures without like drops or minimal drops. Potentially, I've heard people going 20, 30 seconds, 40 seconds. But I wouldn't do that in my skies. But yeah. And I haven't done it yet, but there are configuration settings you can set where when it unparks itself, it'll go to the right coordinates. And I know Wiley Sight has his set up that way, where he just does a startup sequence and it goes to the right spot and then starts doing the 3-point calibration. I don't have that spot figured out yet because I have such bad skies. There have been some other reports of that. It's not a one-off, but it's not either people are just dealing with it and not telling us, or there haven't been, or there aren't. It's just a subset of people, but I don't know. But I have heard other people talk about such things. Hopefully this will work. Either that or Turf just won't join the dark side. But let's see. All right. We could always, let's see. Let me quit that. So when I'm bouncing around, I don't. Let me look at my list again. Man, those clouds just won't quit. Yeah. Let's see. Actually, let me look this, a couple of these up. Because if that doesn't work, I've got some other, I might have some other ideas. SH2 278. Maybe SH2 263. NGC 1788. It's kind of interesting. The cosmic bat. What is this one? And 1622. Oh, that might be an interesting one. LDN 1622. If you, yeah, 1622. Because this looks like, I mean, you could probably also like do the H alpha filter on this. Or the light pollution filter, just because it's like it's embedded in a bunch of nebulosity. Like this is the red kind of survey. So there is, well, let me turn it off and see if there's nebulosity there. Maybe the nebulosity is insignificant as I thought. It would be worth trying it with the light pollution filter. An unnecessary but cool addition would be add an SDR to get weather satellite. Actually, yeah. Yeah, why just use, I like that. I like that. Oh, it did find Bernard 3. I thought you, oh, okay. Well, yeah, go ahead and try Bernard 3 then. But the, yeah, why you go for easy and reliable. Actually, he sometimes joins the live stream. I'm not sure if he's lurking, but Jay Kelly actually has an SDR receiver, and he uses it for pulling like NOAA weather satellite data. So yeah, that definitely could be something. He already has the hardware set up to do that if he to pull that. But yeah, Kai does no, he's never joined the stream. Okay, maybe try this other one, this LDN 1622. Yeah, try that. And yeah, he it's funny because several other people who've contributed to Seestar Alp have joined this stream, sometimes regularly, but yeah, Kai hasn't ever. Hopefully this target will be high enough in the sky. also have a Diet Coke here from Whataburger. Yeah, yeah. Or yeah, that would be interesting to kind of collect that. I wonder why it's failing on the plate or having a problem with the plate solving. Did it just give up? Yeah, maybe just start stacking it, because that sometimes it doesn't know where it is. And yeah, that's a good idea. Let me make a note here. Let me make a note. Well, it's stacking. Yeah, that's fine. I'm especially if you're in Discord. I'm usually in Discord. Sometimes I'm away from things, but definitely Discord. Yeah. Yeah, no, plate solving is pretty cool. Just I mean, because it basically has a database of a star database, and so yeah. But the result is really nice, where it just kind of figures out where it needs to be. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Counting down, I would just repeat. That's weird. It's very strange. But it kind of looks like it did get to it, because if I look at, like, see, it's got kind of these kind of tendrils in there. I feel like it's got some in there, you know? I wonder if you should turn off the light pollution filter. No, leave it on. Leave it on. Second thought. I mean, it's just got a minute and a half of data, so maybe give it a little more time. I get impatient sometimes, and then end up doing counterproductive things. But yeah, I haven't been plugging things as much today, but there's always the there's the Discord link to the Discord server if you haven't joined, and also yeah, like, subscribe. I do have links to all the usual things like Patreon, YouTube channel membership, super thanks, of course, all the usual suspects. And then yeah. Oh, nice. Still working fine. That's great. Speaking of things I'm not sure are working fine, let me check in on my neglected telescopes here. Let me move this. Oh, I think I know what happened. Let me see what happened to my telescopes, because I saw something that makes me wonder. All right, it's 100%. Oopsie. One of them yeah, this one, I just remembered I forgot to plug it in. And so it drained and stopped, shut itself off. This one is plugged in, but then again, there wasn't anything to image, so except clouds, but yeah, because I got an alert that kind of indicated. I usually get this alert when one of the telescopes shuts off suddenly, and that's what happened. Try again. And this is in the app, right? And when you try to run the video, it like exits? Or send it either doesn't do it or sends you back to the main menu. Let me minimize this because this isn't doing anything useful. Let me look at this. Okay. I wonder if this is, if the framing is, because that happens sometimes, or if that's the star. Because if it's that, well, the good thing is, I mean, this was definitely going to be more of a challenging target, so it is challenging it apparently, but that's good. And some of the nebulosity is starting to show up, I feel like in the center there. But some of these dark targets definitely take a while to start showing up. Yeah, there isn't. Oh, it's was it disabled or enabled? Yeah, there isn't. It could definitely be. Oh, it's been off. Maybe try turning it back on, or try turning it on. You can do that without restarting the session. Like it'll work right in the middle of a stack. I've done it more than once, which is kind of funny. Definitely something that the I don't think the app lets you do that. Let's see. Yeah, this is definitely a more challenging target. And actually, again, I have differences between two monitors. Looking at it on this monitor over here, I don't see the dark nebulosity as much, but looking at it on another, kind of on the stream monitor, it definitely, I see more of the dark. And what it should kind of look like is, I mean, depending on how the Seestar ended up framing it. I can kind of see. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I mean, he did turn there is some nebulosity, and my hope is that with the light pollution filter on, it'll maybe help improve the contrast. Yeah, it's it's slow. It is, I mean, like Cosmic Ray said, it's the moon, and it's just challenging. But it's a good challenge because like with mine, I could probably Yeah, I'd probably have to let it run for a couple hours. Yeah, that would be cool. And yeah, theoretically you should be able to. They move pretty quickly. If I go look at, let me move like this, and I'm gonna turn this off, and this, and then go. So yeah, this is kind of, it's subtle, it's faint, but I mean even the nebulosity is faint, so not completely surprising that it's challenging. Let's see. If I look at Jupiter, so if we look at Jupiter and actually if let me shut that off and then just zoom in manually. All right, so I hate that when it rotates. But yeah, like you look over the span of an hour, oops, you can see, like, look at Io, how much it moves relative to Jupiter. Which makes sense since it's closer in. And right now, yeah, Jupiter, Io is close to Jupiter, so it should be moving at a good, yeah. So if you do a time lapse over the span of an hour, you'll see it moving. Or maybe even shorter, I don't know. Yeah, it is cool. It is, they're very, dark nebulas are cool. it's just too bad they've been so challenging, but with the light pollution, it's just, I'm hoping, I need to find some that have some better nebulosity around them, and then maybe with like my dual narrowband filter I got with, like without the Seestar, maybe I can try it on that refractor. Oops. Yeah, it's dust. Just different elements and stuff. Yeah, it's quite possible. Like they end up like really close to each other. But I definitely can see, like right here, I see a lot. I see a bunch here. I see some here. Like I say, I don't see it as much on this monitor. I can see it on this monitor, but on the other monitor, I see quite a bit. Why is this? The gain setting you have to do when you start it. There isn't a way to change it on the fly in Alp, and I'm not even sure if the Seestar supports changing it on the fly. But like if you go into, just look at functions image, real quick, that screen, you'll see there's like the default is yeah, scroll down. The default is 80, but like I'll change it to like 140 a lot. But like I say, I don't think it'll let you change it on the fly. And even then, I think there's a practical upper limit. This is cool because it is really, yeah. Yeah, like there's some like nebulosity and some dark areas there. I like that. Yeah. And if you look at if I look at it in stellarium, um this and you can kind of, let me zoom out again. So like there's some areas that are just kind of dark or not as much nebulosity, but actually you can see like these tendrils and stuff. So there is like a lot of texture. And if I change to this view, so there are kind of like, actually it looks like this star has some nebulosity around it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's the star. I think it kind of did. Yeah, see if you look, I think it kind of had it shifted a little bit over, but that's fine. This star, I think, is this one, which is why you're kind of seeing some nebulosity around it. And then this star, and then this one is this bright one. So right to the left of this, you can start seeing kind of tendrils and stuff, the dark nebula over here. And then plus there's actually some around here, and there should be, yeah, so there should be some, well, I can kind of see it on this one monitor. But this is definitely, yeah, the Robin's Egg Nebula is cool. And especially with darker skies. I mean, mine, the way I always figure it is if I can get an okay result from my skies, then other people should be able to get a lot more impressive things, unless you're like also in an urban center. Whataburger. Yeah, it is interesting because you know, one that I kind of, I think it's more of a summer thing that I was, see, once Cosmic Ray started talking about Dark Nebula, then I started, it's one of those things where like you see them, but maybe you kind of didn't really think about them. But once he started talking about it, then I started seeing it in more places. And the wild duck cluster, which is a uh, it's an open cluster, but it's in an area with a lot of stars. But there's also a lot of dark nebulosity in that area. But I think, again, this is more of a, let me shut off this view. Yeah, it's way below the horizon right now. But it was interesting because even in my bad skies, I started seeing some of these kind of dark lanes in going through the field. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, only 5 minutes in. Why not? And crank the gain. I don't know what the practical upper limit is. I know I'll do like 140, 150, but that's at the expense of noise. And do the light pollution filter, because I think that since there is nebulosity there, I think that might help. I think it went ahead and I think this version doesn't give great feedback when it actually kicks it off. So go to live view. Go to live view, because I think it already did its thing. Or it didn't. Oh man, clouds got you. Oh, so 20-second exposure. It's stacking exposure length. Change that to 20,000. Yeah. Yeah. You can theoretically go up to 90 seconds. In practice, to go beyond 20, 30 seconds, you really need to have it in equatorial mode. And even then, the tracking on the Seestar isn't necessarily super, not reliable, super, like it might drift or it might not be fully able to handle that. But I have heard of people successfully being able to run 60-second exposures, I think. But again, you have to be in equatorial mode to do that. But yeah. And it's funny because like the Seestar itself, like you specify it in milliseconds and it doesn't oh wait, Turf, had you already started the exposure when you changed it to 20-second exposures? Because you might have to start over then. Because it won't change it on the fly. Like that's one setting. You can engage and disengage the light pollution filter on the fly, but you can't change the exposure duration on the fly. Unfortunately, I just picked up on that. Yeah, it's stopped. It's in cancel state. The state is cancel. Yeah. So 90-second exposures. I think, like I say, I think some people have done 60-second exposures. Oh yeah. What I was saying is, since it's just like a number, I've actually run with like 15-second exposures, which isn't an option. You could set it to 12.5-second exposure, so you can just specify whatever within reason. Was it 1082 or was it 6? It was 1622. Yeah. Sorry, I feel like I'm a backseat driver here. No, not that. Yeah, no, you're fine. Actually, don't you want to image? Go to like functions image. And then you can specify the you have to re-enter everything, but do the LDN 1622, and then you can specify the exposure length, and you'll want to increase, and you have to re-enter the gain to specify the gain to 110 and the time, and click the light pollution filter, because it's unfortunate because like if you change it in the settings but don't check it here, it'll turn it off. So yeah, all that. Yeah, and so that should have submitted, so you should be able to go to live view, and it should be starting, maybe, perhaps. Maybe click on star, the star button. Yeah, sorry, I don't know. Maybe you need to, or no. The problem is I don't think it honors the gain, but the 20-second exposures it should. that it'll honor it. It should honor that. Now, there was a bug with the integration time calculation, and I think you might be running an older version of Alp that had that bug. Because I don't know if it's actually... No, it's doing... that's annoying. It's... Well, go back to settings and see if it's 20 seconds. Because it looks like it's... Because it was updating frames every 10 seconds. Scroll up. Is it set to 20? No, it reverted to... Why did it revert? Shouldn't have reverted. Unless it's a bug with this version. Which is possible. Yeah. 26%. It's not too bad. Yeah, I usually have mine plugged into like a power station. Just so I don't... so if I want to keep going, it won't stop. But then there's other times where I just let it kind of go down, and then it forces me to stop. That's weird. Did it like revert it again? Maybe this version has bugs with the exposure length, because I know there were some bugs related to some of that. Yeah. Although what is interesting is the framing is slightly different. In a good way, I think. Like, because that bright star isn't in there, in the field right now. And so far it hasn't dropped any frames, which is also encouraging. Man, can't believe the clouds. I think at this point let me go look at astrospheric. Yeah. Actually, what I need to do is look at zoomed out Earth. Yeah, that's... I don't know why the forecasts are saying it's going to clear, because there is not. No clearing is appears imminent, so... Of course, if I park things, of course, then it'll clear, but I don't see that happening. Okay. I mean, the exposure length is kind of okay, but I think the gain increase is probably more valuable, because then that it'll be getting data faster. Yeah, light pollution, yep. meanwhile, in my terrible environment, like these clouds just seem to be getting worse. I mean, it looks like they might be thinning a little bit, but they aren't going away, so I'm half tempted to just shut down my... Oh, actually, this is weird. I'm really confused. I thought you were running a... I'm really confused. Because I thought I wasn't... I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, that's really strange. Plate solve it again. There's a plate solve. There is a command to plate solve. Oh, hello, Chris. Well, yeah, you see something new in All Sky. It's I actually used it yesterday, but it wasn't in the camera range. But then the other problem is clouds. So this is actually Turf's Seestar. Yeah, new. Yeah, I had heard that there was a new Seestar app and firmware update, and some people mentioned it, that you could download it for Android or something. But yeah, I checked and it wasn't in the App Store. But so that'll be coming. I think it's just a point release, so I think mostly it's some internal stuff and fixes. You can only get one online. What I do is you have to specify their IP address. So let me bring that up. And like with mine, helps if I knew how to spell config. The way I have mine is nope. Yeah, so what? Love it when I do that. So if you look, well, ignore the EQ mode, but I just end up specifying the IP addresses. Because otherwise, if you use the seestar.local, they're both named seestar.local, so it'll only be able to control one. So in my case, I assigned IPs to both of them, but generally, even with DHCP, the IPs could be somewhat stable, so you just have to specify the IP address. And once you do, it works great. That's the only tricky bit. Yeah, nice. Andromeda's yeah, good target. Now, yeah, the thing with Andromeda is it's big, so you'll only get the core, but it'll show you you'll get the core fairly quickly. Yes. Yeah, there's some scheduling work, and then there is what do you call it? The one that's kind of interesting if you do polar alignment is there is a mode. Oh no, sorry. Brain. Yes, scheduling. Is it actually in beta? or is it alpha? Because I saw the screenshots of the scheduling, and to be fair, this is a feature they have on the like the ASI Air, so it's interesting that it's taken them a while to get it in there. Yeah, the core. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's kind of a big target, so you really would have to do a mosaic of it to get all of it. But the core shows up quickly, which is still cool. Like you're imaging the core of a galaxy 3 million light years away. But yeah, as far as the scheduling, kind of the planner, yeah, that'll be interesting. It'll definitely be interesting. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how that ends up looking. But I'll probably do what I've done so far, where I'll upgrade only one of my Seestars, and I'm going to leave the other one behind. Probably. Yeah, with a supermassive. Done that and not working. And both of them, you confirm both of them are in station mode on the same Wi-Fi. I mean, you could always do the ping. Oh yeah. No, that's good. Thanks. No, and thank you very much, because we've been able to do some live observing, and you're imaging a target that I think I tried and I was getting nothing from it. So it's been it's good. And plus it was interesting seeing the rosette you captured and then comparing that with an S30 in a dark sky, and then a much longer integration time in a very bad sky. Oh, wow. Hello, Callus. Thank you. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, you're thanks for joining. I do appreciate it a lot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. I do appreciate it. Yeah, so for one, what is it? For one, what do you call it? Sorry, my brain. Oh yeah, so as far as the clear skies go, yeah, it's very helpful, and for a very brief moment, not a brief moment, but we actually did see a live view of the sun through an S30 from courtesy of Seiko, so that's cool. And again, I think it'll be interesting if we start doing that on a regular basis, because it could very much confuse people. Especially if it's done in such a way that it looks like it's running on the same computer. It's like, how are you imaging the sun and like nebulas at the same time? It's like, it's fancy. It's magic. Yeah, I can definitely see, like in here, the dark, kind of the different tendrils. Yeah, it does kind of looks noisy. Did you, is this with the increased gain? Okay, 120. Maybe that's it. But good, also good to know. Oh wow, nice. Nice. Thank you. Wow. Thanks, Callus. That's very generous of you. Well, so I mean, what what Turf is doing is he's yeah. Hey, you know, what was it my dad always used to say, spread gotta spread it around somewhere, you know? Like that's many years ago. But yes, gotta spread it around. Um why isn't it? Let me try to fix this. Uh um so the yeah, so as far as sharing, what Turf is doing is he is using this open source software and sharing that through his PC. But what Seiko did was sharing, and what do you call it? Astro Chris has done that. Chris with a C. Uh, they've shared, like, using Discord, shared their phone screen, and so if you have a if you have like a Stellina app or a desktop app, basically like what I said, what we're doing is we're sharing it through Discord. Um, oh, my PC disconnected. Um, and so what we're doing is sharing it onto Discord, and then I'm bringing it from Discord onto my desktop, which I'm then streaming out. But if you're streaming it yourself, you could just kind of bring it up, whatever mechanism, and then stream directly. Um, but like the Seestar itself isn't streaming. Like it doesn't know any of this is happening. So you would just do the same. If there's some kind of computer interface, you can do it. So if there's both you're able to ping both. You're able to ping both. That's really. I mean, what are the logs saying when it starts up? Or did you look at the logs to see what it said? Like if there's some kind of issue. And do you see it in like, is it just not showing up in the status page, or is Alp not starting? Because like for me, let me try to bring up that window again. When I bring up this, if I'm on the home screen, it'll show me both of the telescopes and then like details about it. A meet me sharing. It's funny that you mentioned meet me kind of stuff. Did you work in like telco stuff? Anyway, I guess it depends on where how what you were thinking of. I mean, like the idea you had earlier of kind of uh, uh, a list of things to share, or like resources, like that would be a place to list it. Now on the Discord server, we plug my Discord server. I mean, there are some channels for that kind of sharing. But again, it's Discord, so it kind of, you know, streams off, and oh, that's interesting. One is offline. Oh, a live stream? Oh, yeah. I mean, it would be the kind of thing where people would have to do it themselves, but I mean, you could do something like that on a, if I'm understanding it correctly, you could do something like that on YouTube and or Twitch, and then, I mean, it wouldn't be natively through YouTube or Twitch. It would be using one of those, and then someone has a way of kind of bringing in people or bringing in stuff, like a common kind of shared thing where people could be putting stuff in, and then it goes out on the live stream. Yeah, that is so weird. And you pinged it, and yet it... Trying to think of what could be causing that. I swear I've seen that before. But if you look, there's nothing unusual with this. Or like, I just have 2 Seestars. I just have the IP. Oh, I have the different device numbers for each. Those are just arbitrary, but why would one show offline? I mean, do you see anything in the logs, Seiko? Well, that's, I mean, if I notice, see, that's why I wanted to use that, that kind of, what do you call it? That, not the stage thing, whatever, because that bubbles to the top on Discord. Whereas if people are in chat or like in the voice channel sharing the screen, I don't notice it. I personally don't notice it like 90% of the time. But if I see somebody there, I'll go down there, and join it. But that's why I think like the stage would be ideal. The problem is the way it was set up. I had to basically grant access for somebody else to broadcast. But I started working on permissions, but the problem is I couldn't figure out a way to, like, you could only do it through roles, and the problem is there wasn't a role I could really do it with. Right. Yeah, with lots of videos, useless videos of participants. Yeah. Yeah, so it would have to be something where people could, yeah. I'm kind of curious about this idea because I'm kind of, it sounds interesting. Sounds like something maybe that could be. Oh, you know what happened? Why that mini PC went off? I think my battery died. The power bank that I was running everything on, probably because it's colder, and it was a slightly smaller power bank, but it was 100% charged, because now the one Seestar that's still running is discharging. It should not be discharging. Like it was plugged in. So I think the battery bank. That's why the mini PC crashed, which actually, if I'm right, the all sky cameras crashed too. Yeah, if the all sky camera doesn't respond, it went down too. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Tiny chat. Tiny chat. have to look that up. Tiny chat has closed. Oh, okay. Huh. Oh, it just shut down. Wow. Huh. I'll have to look at that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the wheels are coming off. Yeah, see the that went down. Actually, you know what? I could fix that pretty quickly. I need to get up and stretch my legs anyway. And so maybe I'll throw another power bank on it so I can at least admire how lousy the skies are. Yeah, I think actually what I need to do is go back and pin this so I don't have to keep so yeah, when in doubt. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but I would look in the logs. But you know, I'll be right back. I'm going to I am going to. Oh, hey, Brody. How's it going? Yeah, it's funny you joined on a day that's completely cloudy here. It wasn't initially, but Turf is sharing his Seestar, and we're actually imaging a dark nebula, so it's kind of a more challenging target. Yeah. Well, and that's I've seen that where people like take something like a zoom and then, you know, if it's on the PC, then it could be bounced onto a live stream. Yeah. Yeah. No, it was cool. And it was funny because like Turf had offered to share his Seestar even before it clouded over because it was clear earlier, like before sunset, and then some clouds came through and then it cleared up. Looked like it was maybe going to be doable, but then clouds rolled in, and luckily Turf had already gotten his Seestar set up. But I'm gonna go stretch my legs real quick, and I will put a new battery out there and try to get everything running again. But I'll be right back. Hello. Oh, did the sky... Oh, hey, that would be cool. That would be cool. The sky is white. Did it go white when it came back on? Or is it just because all the clouds? Okay, easy talk meeting. Let me... check that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the backyard light. Okay. Yeah, it was because I had turned it on to, I normally, when I go down there, and if I have to do something outside during a live stream, I don't turn that light on. Especially because, like, if I'm imaging something, I don't want it to, extra light to accidentally mess up things. But, like today, since I'm not imaging, everything was down. I'm like, I'll just turn the light on. And, yeah, it's quite bright. Because it's literally just a few feet from that, yeah. Yeah, I wanna... Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, I mean... Okay, let me see if it's all sky. Yep, all sky's back. And the skies are just as bad as they were before. Feed, chat, webcam, and scope. Yeah. Oh. I need to pin that so when I switch the browser window. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, I wanted to, because the mini PC crashed, I wanted to log back into that. Oops. Did not mean to. Oh. Interesting. The reason I say interesting is because... Huh. Anyway, I just wanted to look at this. Yeah, I mean, I can really see... Like, this I think is the main dark nebula that I had originally... I think this is the Barnard, one... Was it... Wasn't 150. Whatever Barnard this was. It's very... Definitely... On this monitor, it doesn't look as good as it does on this monitor, so... Definitely a fainter target. But yeah, so I was saying interesting because the mini PC has this, like, it has 2 video outputs, but I don't have it actually plugged into anything right now, or any monitor. And I had gotten these, like, cheap little HDMI dongles that, well, they're pass-through ones, so they make it seem like a monitor's plugged in. And I got this idea. I'm like, oh, I had an extra one, so I plugged it into the into the other port, and I went into Windows Remote Desktop and there's an option to connect to all monitors. I'm like, well, will that work? But I was only doing it for my my laptop without, like, it wasn't hooked up to anything. But now my laptop's hooked up to this monitor, and I actually have two Windows screens going, and they're different. They're not mirrored. So like I have all the desktop icons over on this full screen, and this one's the other one. So it actually does work. And so this will be another option for me, where if I'm doing sharp cap, because I had seen something where they said in sharp cap it has this two monitor mode, or sharp cap pro has it where, let's see if everything's back. Yeah. Of course this doesn't. Oh, because the sync scan is. Let me close this. Let me restart it. But because I have two monitors here, let's see, it should come up. Is it scanning the hardware? Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay. All right. The the mount thing is weird with this mount. And I started the wrong thing. Okay, sharp cap. And now everything should load. Okay. It's pointing at a side of a building, so that's why there's anything coming off the camera. So it had this mode where it was saying that it could show two monitor view. Nice. And of course it did it the wrong way. So let me do this. So I can have this now off screen, and I can go to monitor view. Where did it do it? Did I break it? Maybe it doesn't. But basically when I switched on to monitor view, the camera is full screen over here on this other monitor. And so I need to flip that. But basically it would let me show kind of the image without and without all the controls on the screen. That would be on the secondary. So that way all that clutter is gone, and I would just have let me see if I can get this. Let me close and restart it. And maybe it works this way. All right, it's starting up. To monitor view. No. It's working one direction but not the other. But anyway, long story short, if I can get this working, then that'll be great when I want to go into this mini PC and view something or make some adjustments. Whatever I'm imaging will be full screen when I switch to the mini PC. Anyway, so that's just that much cleaner. All right, let me get back to the chat. Sorry. I was, looks better on your monitor than mine. Yeah, it's interesting. Well, and maybe it's not even a monitor function. Maybe it's just, yeah, how something about it, the streaming or something. I'm not sure. Oh, it's going through an extra encoder. Maybe there's something about that. I don't know. NGC 8 NGC 891. Nice. Hello, Dave. Welcome. Yeah, it's funny. It's you can see on the all sky camera I'm completely clouded out, but Turf is sharing his Seestar, and he actually, again, I keep saying this, but it was something we were going to do beforehand, and we were just going to because he's like Bortle 3, and I was thinking we could compare Seestars and stuff, and then my end of the deal didn't work out because it was clear earlier, and then the clouds rolled in. Yeah, I haven't run into any issues with the with things not working. I just would make sure I don't run. I mean, yeah, you don't want to necessarily just have it run out of power, but yeah, I haven't had issues with it. I mean, I usually try not to get too low, like, because sometimes things will auto power off if they get, you know, down to 10% or something. So, but yeah, I mean, like one of my Seestars just ran out of juice earlier because I forgot to plug it in. But then the other one is, yeah, so that happens every once in a while. I'll forget to plug it in and runs out of power, and it's fine. I'm trying to think. I might have had it where the way it shut itself off, it didn't stop a session correctly, but all the subframes were there. And so I was able to stack it. And I don't know if that was just a one-off or because I usually try not to run out of power or run out of battery. Anyway. Actually, let me look that up. Sharp cap. 2 monitor mode. Dual monitor setup. I was wondering about that. Let me see. Oh, even. Oh. That's why there was a problem. Basically, I forgot. I actually have 3 monitors. So let me try unplugging this one. Okay. Yeah, the problem is I have 3 monitors and the sharp cap, it sent the image to a different monitor. Okay, here's the view. So what I'm seeing over here is this interface. But if I switch to the 2 monitor view, it throws just the image over here, so I can fiddle around with the histograms and other stuff, and that way, you know, like, I mean, it's fine to see that. I mean, it's not that that's bad seeing it on stream, but if you just want to focus on the target, if I switch it into this mode, then it's just the target over here. So very minimalistic. Cool, great. Glad I sorted that out. It was because of, yeah. All right, cool. Let me go back to, of course, now things are all kinds of confused here. Okay, no, I'm confused. That's what the problem is. Cool, nice. Nice. So I can plug this back in because the name isn't dynamic. I did not forget. But since you mentioned it, it's easy enough. I say it's easy enough, but I need to do it. I'm going to leave this on the screen until I do it. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh. There's something massively lagging here. Why is this? Something started eating up 100% CPU. Oh man. Callous. All right. All right, let me just check something here. Okay. Let's see. Actually, what I need to do is my machine is, something's eating a ton of CPU. Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh. Oh, that's what was happening. My computer was running low on memory. I'm back. All right. Let me check something here real quick. All right. All right. Okay. I'm just waiting for something. Oh. No. Oh, did you just stop that or just finish? It was actually starting to show some nebulosity there. Like I could tell that some of the red was starting to come through. Yep, there you are. Callus of Infinity, right there. So, done. And again, thank you for your support. Easy for me to say. Yeah, that's kind of a drag. I've been to Vegas in the summer. I was kind of passing through there from LA coming back to Texas. We kind of took a detour through Nevada, and yeah, it's very dry, very hot. Maybe it was one of those things. Did you have it set for like 30 minutes or 60 minutes? Maybe it ended. Oh yeah, that's weird. That wasn't 60 minutes, was it? No. It was like at 40 minutes, I think. Yeah, it was at 45 minutes. Or 50 minutes. It was right around 50 minutes when it exited, when it stopped. Oh, should it be type? It should be typo. Should be uppercased, right? That's what. Man, I have all this stuff running. Oh, did I quit that? Let's see. Is it stacking again? Has it just not loaded? It's dropping a lot. Okay, let me try this. Okay, I got a third frame. Oh, interesting. It started over, or you restarted it? Oh, okay, you restarted it. That makes sense. It is dropping a lot of frames there. It's like it has different idea. Oh. Huh. Okay, it's It's having a moment. Alright. Almost there. Alright. So let's see if I can... I mean, we could always try imaging something else. I mean, I feel like... I mean, that target after 50 minutes was starting to show... it was starting to show some detail, but starting over would... I mean, I guess if you stack it all together... Okay. Callus, I fixed it. And again, thank you for your generosity. Light pollution filter, maybe? It's fine. You can always turn it on after it starts stacking. I mean, I've done that plenty of times where I'll forget to check it. I'll let it start stacking, and then I'll switch it on after. Like I wait until it's actually stacked a couple of frames, and then and then I switch it. I've even let it go for a while, which can sometimes result in, it can produce an interesting effect sometimes. Actually, a lot of times it can, because then you get kind of more of a narrow band and broadband kind of effect, but in the stack itself. But then with the subframes, you can then go back and do things with it if you want. Let us see. Yeah, I wonder if it'll actually stick this time. That's so weird. But again, maybe this version had a bug. I mean, there were some bugs related to that. What is this one? You know, before you start recording. Oh, good. No, that's right. Oh, it was actually right, because it was doing the dark library, which meant it actually had changed to 20-second exposures. Because when you change the exposure length, it redoes the darks. Sorry. Maybe go to the go to the functions commands menu option. Because then that sometimes commands will sometimes tell you what's going on. Okay, yeah, it said you canceled the dark, so but yeah, the dark, it'll rerun the dark. I wonder if there's something in a weird state. Hit reload. Just reload the page. Oh yeah. No, no, no. That's good. It's good. Yeah. So that means it's redoing the dark. So that means it did, the exposure length did take. Because if it changes, then it redoes it. So when I go like from 10 to 15 and 15 back to 10, it'll do that. All right. Okay. So this will be interesting to see what it, how that changes things. I mean, it's cooler where you are, so it's like the camera is cooled, and it's yeah, and it's darker skies, so it'll be interesting to see the difference. Oh yeah, nice. M42 is clear again, so yeah, I mean, might as well. Yeah, no such luck over here. my skies are still abysmal. Now, I know with mine, sometimes it's weird. It's like I have this consistent thing where it'll drop, like it'll always drop like the same number of frames, or it often drops like 3 or 4 frames right at the beginning, and it's very strange. Like it's like the mount is having a hard time settling. Just like I like that how in SharpCap when it's doing stuff, it's like waiting for mount to settle. Maybe the Seestar doesn't wait for it to settle, itself to settle. And hopefully, let's see, will it actually get an exposure? Oh, interesting. The first one failed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends like how far it is away, but yeah, Ethernet would definitely be more reliable. It's not having a good time here. It's having a hard time. Actually, go to the commands, uh commands, yeah. Okay. Because it actually gives the reason there. At some point I've wanted to put it on the live stack. So yeah, it claims star trails. Yeah, maybe it's yeah, you could try 15. Maybe that would be okay. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, that's weird. Although sometimes, like, what is your what's the signal strength, or can you tell the signal strength? Because sometimes I've had it where um that went right to stacking. But let it go, see what happens. But yeah, I've had it where I've seen this on not I don't have an ASI Air, but I've seen it with some of my Wi-Fi where um it will um like the kind of the I don't know what you call it, the kind of the carrier, the I don't remember the term right now, but basically the kind of the physical uh kind of speed will drop to a lower speed or something, or there'll be some interference on the band and it just kind of goes really, like, it gets really bad, maybe because of channel conflict. If there's somebody near you who's running something with the same, I mean, I used to have all kinds of issues with uh, I mean, granted, this was many years ago, and in the early days of Wi-Fi, I was pretty sure that a neighbor had like a wireless video transmitter, like a 2.4 gigahertz one. I lived in a townhouse, and because it was like always around 5 or 6 p.m. right after they had gotten home, my Wi-Fi would just like fall apart. um, and so I ended up, yeah, it was very frustrating because I didn't even know who was doing it, and um, yeah, so and yeah, it's weird that it didn't take. Maybe it needs to be set again. No? Oh yeah. It didn't take for whatever reason. It's like, no, really. I want this to change. So bizarre. Or maybe do 12 seconds just for grins, just to see if it does anything. Okay. And hit reload on that page, or go back to the settings page. Go function settings again to have it reload the page. Because go to settings. Oh yeah, yeah. I see what. Yeah. Okay. So the number is correct. So theoretically, if you were to start, yeah, go star, and then if you were to start imaging, theoretically, it should. Yep, it's doing dark library. That's correct. So that means it actually took. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean that would work too. I mean, years ago I had some dish, Wi-Fi dish. You could get, yeah. Yeah. With a dish you can get some nice range. But yeah. Yeah, the lot of interference. Wow. That's impressive. I'm sorry, Seiko. um huh. Yeah, it's like a bad save. Exactly. I don't know what happened. But it's still having issues. That's really weird. And really, there shouldn't be that big of a difference between 10 and 12 seconds. I mean, that shouldn't cause it to just completely fail. Like, completely and totally fail. Like, that makes no sense. Maybe it's just not meant to be. Maybe we need to pick another target. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe... Yeah, maybe there's just a problem. You don't... Are your skies still clear? So probably the easiest thing would be if you go to... Let me show you. Let me unpin this. And if you go under support, generate, download a bundle. You don't need to collect embedded logs, but if you download the bundle, it'll download a zip file to your browser, and then you should be able to, like, you can then send me the zip file. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's so weird what happened where it just, very strange. What in the world? What is that? Is it a tree again? Oh, it's cloudless. But what is this in the image? Is it UFOs? I mean... Wow, that's impressive. That's very impressive. Well done. You break it, you get to keep both pieces. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to probably log into the Raspberry Pi and like zip up. It should be under like Seestar Alp logs, maybe. Let me see. Let me see if I have my... Yeah. Like, let me try this again. Like if you go to Seestar Alp logs, that directory has all the logs, so it shouldn't be too big. You could just zip that up. Oh, okay. Interesting. still, it's weird that it's dropping so much. So many frames suddenly. Is it even making progress? Did times... It's like... The time's not updating on the page. On the screen. Oh, it powered down. That would do it. That would do it. Yeah. Yeah, 20%. That would do it. Because sometimes it rotates the logs, or it rotates the logs if you restart it. It just to be safe, you can send me all of them, zip it up, and like DM it to me in Discord. Yeah. Okay. Well, then that was that, I guess. No, that's cool. That was cool. I mean, the log in the Seestar. Well, the log that I mean, the log that I would look at is the one on in Alp, and that's what Seiko's gonna send, because Seiko's got some issue. Seiko's got some issues. Seiko's Alp has got some issues. Nice. Wow, that's a good deal. Very good deal. Yeah. Yeah, it's oh, 5G is amazing. The craziest thing I saw was after they'd really started deploying ultra wideband, and yeah, no worries. But yeah, after they got ultra wideband, and I was driving down. I may have been driving down the road and ran a speed test on my phone, and I got 2 gigabits per second. And that blew my mind. That genuinely blew my mind. That I mean, I was in a very dense urban area, near like a stadium, which a friend of mine told me this years ago, that they tend to be, I guess because of the number of people with phones in stadiums, they tend to have a lot of bandwidth. And if there's nobody around, like, yeah, it's pretty uncontested. But yeah, just walking down the street and getting hundreds of megabits per second when I only had like a 100 megabit internet connection just 3 years ago, I think. 100 or 200 megabit, and now I get much more than that on my phone. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and you know where I really have noticed the difference is either downloading stuff or uploading stuff. Like if I take a video and I want to share it, it actually isn't nearly as painful as it used to be, like waiting for it to upload. So yeah, that is cool. That's a very nice thing. Yeah, maybe Turf, maybe the problem was the although that still doesn't make I've never run into that where it just started dropping and then ran out of power. So maybe there was something else, I don't know. Yeah. 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 No, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, it's 5G is really has been really interesting, and I just can't even, I can hardly even imagine what 6G is going to be like, because that's going to be like in 5 years probably. I mean, 5G is already so fast, especially if you're in one of those areas with like ultra wideband or whatever it is. So you can image in that sky. No, no, no. What I was imaging was, I wasn't imaging. That was actually turf. Uh, Turfs in Colorado and uh, had had asked me again before the clouds rolled in about you know, if I was interested in uh, sharing the telescope, his Seestar, and I was going to do a comparison. And but yeah, no, I can't. I was. It was clear earlier. It was definitely clear earlier, which is why I bothered putting the telescopes outside. And then some clouds rolled in. Actually, I'd only put the Seestars out, and then the clouds rolled in, and I wasn't going to bother putting out the refractor. And then the clouds cleared mostly, and so I took that out. I was able to get I didn't do a full polar alignment, but I was able to get it to point to Jupiter. I was able to fully polar align both of the Seestars. I'd been imaging the moon before the stream started, but then clouds just rolled in. They were kind of scattered, but then thick clouds rolled in, and that's pretty much been it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, my Mrs. Random Air one very recently upgraded from like something like an iPhone 11 or 12, from basically just got 5G in the last few days. Yeah, Starlink. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Starlink is I was yeah, it's surprising how fast Starlink is. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, LTE is not bad at all. Um yeah. Yeah. A good solid LTE connection is pretty good. I mean, it's like didn't LTE top out at like 100 megabits per second or something like that? LTE advanced. Like that, it's not too shabby. Let me unpin this. T advanced. Like that went up to did I miss the speed? Oh, okay. They could be gigabit, but I don't. Probably not the average handset. But yeah, they can be quite quite decent. Okay. Okay, I'll take a look at that. You know what's interesting? Speaking of things that have issues, I've made this comment before that sometimes YouTube Studio gets seriously confused, and it has like two different ways of looking at what's happening, and according to one, like one of them, it said there's zero people watching, which has happened when I first started streaming. So I'm not saying that hasn't happened, but given that there's people chatting, the other view says there's viewers, there's people on the stream, but it is kind of funny when it says 0. It's like, I think, and this happened the other night, like their system just kind of, whatever, maybe it's the thing that sends like statistics out, just broke. Anyhow, yeah, what was, okay, I'll take a look at those logs, and I'll let you know what I see about it. Oh, this is funny. Charge status, cool. It's cool, man. No, it's because it's cold. Oh, battery temperature is 10 Celsius. That's not too bad. It's not like not like what other people run into. But yeah, speaking of things, don't forget, if you're North America, next week, on Monday is the Mars occultation, where the moon goes over Mars, which will be really cool to watch. The main problem is, what do you call it? Well, I'm a little frustrated because at one point it was showing it would be clear here, and I was thinking, oh, that'll be cool. I can live stream it and whatever. But setting aside live streaming it, I wanted to be able to see it. But now it looks like it is not going to be clear here. So that's kind of a bummer. But yeah, that'll be next Monday, or this upcoming Monday. So something to keep an eye out for. I won't be doing a live observing stream probably until the weekend. If this holds, I'll have one on Saturday. Maybe I'll do something later in the week, but it won't be live observing probably. But I think that's it. I think I'll leave it at that, or maybe I won't. Actually, no. I mean, we can talk about some other things, but if not, I think YouTube is having some issues because one shows double-digit viewers and the other shows 0. Like the other one just like died. Oh, right. Right. Thank you for reminding me of that, because I wanted to make note of that. Dang it. Where do I have that window? Do I have that here? Gosh. Where is that? I have so many windows open. Maybe this is part of the reason why my computer was running out of memory earlier. Couldn't possibly be why. Where? Okay, I did have it. It was just reordered. So let me drop that link for people who haven't looked at it. But I highly recommend, like, if you're going to bid on stuff, I guess the other thing is, if you haven't joined the Discord server, I'm not trying to plug it for the sake of Discord server, but because one thing we've been talking about, that if you, starts at noon, ends Thursday morning. If you want to bid on something, I think the main problem with the bid is that you have to pick it. It has to be picked up by January 17th, which is over a week. It's 8 days after the auction ends, and it's in California. Monterey area, so south of the Bay Area. That's my understanding of it. And I think that's other people's understanding of it. Anyway, long story short, if you want to bid on something, or if you want to bid on a lot and split it with somebody, join the Discord and maybe talk about it there, because I think that's something. We've been taught, it's been brought up, and Turf and I were talking about that in the Discord server. So there's all kinds of stuff. There's Schmidt-Cassegrain type telescopes, binoculars, solar telescopes, and I don't know how cheap some of it'll go for, but you should definitely check it out, because the bidding starts tomorrow and ends, like Turf said, Thursday morning. So I'm planning on bidding on a few things, but and then figuring out how to collect it some other later. But yeah, definitely check that out, because that's I'm glad you reminded me of that, because I had forgotten about it. I hadn't forgotten about it, but I had forgotten I wanted to mention it on the stream. But that's definitely something to keep an eye out on. And how visible is the Tiangong? Gong? Anyway, the Chinese space station. It should be theoretically visible. It is smaller than the International Space Station. And the International Space Station isn't huge on the sun. I mean, actually, I mean, it ends up looking like, yeah. Is that though? That's not too bad. I mean, obviously that's a composite photo, but that's not too bad. So yeah, you'd be able to see a dark kind of rectangular, perhaps even H-shaped thing crossing the image. Yeah. That's I mean, I think I've showed this before, but this short I did like a year ago with yeah, that's me. But you can see the that it's kind of H-shaped like that, and I showed an overlay of what it's supposed to look like, and that was like, I mean, I took the image and kind of zoomed in on it, but that's right out of the Seestar. So you can like, you should be able to get comparable results. It's more about like making sure you're in the right place and the timing of it. Making sure you, like, I made sure to start recording plenty of time in advance, just to I mean, not like half an hour, but like a few minutes ahead of time, just in case I was a little off. But yeah, and I don't remember if I slowed that down or if that was real time. I think it was real time, because it takes like, no, that was slowed down a little bit, because it takes like 2 seconds, I think, to cross the sun. I mean, it depends on things, on kind of the geometry of where you see it, like, it depends on the geometry of the orbit and the sun as to how long it can be. Like I've seen with the ISS transits, they can be like a second to a few seconds. But the ones that are a few seconds tend to be like in very specific circumstances, like it's low, and kind of the orbit's kind of going at an angle relative to you. So then it's like over crossing the sun for a longer period of time because of it's moving away from you, I think. But yeah, you should be able to see it. Speaking of things that I can't see, this. Oh well. And what was frustrating is like this was my shot at my last shot at imaging at for like a few days. Yeah, probably that must be, yeah, on Transit Finder. Yeah, it probably, I don't even remember. Oh, it's at 400 kilometers. That does seem low. No, it says they're at 400. But maybe the orbit's like at a different inclination or something. There might be just something about the orbit that's giving it kind of a weird, different path. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like mine says, it just says cool. But it's keeping it charged, but it's not doing anything. Did that pop up? Okay, yeah. But yeah, I don't forget the auction. Don't forget the transit. I mean, not transit. The occultation of Mars next Monday. Mars is approaching opposition, so it's up all night and relatively bright and bigger in the sky. Still not big, but bigger at least. And so that's worth a look. What other things are going on astronomically? The moon will be going through the Pleiades at some point in the next few days. I forget the exact date. When was that? That will be actually tomorrow, but it's only, that's right, it's only on the east coast of the US, and then maybe Europe, I don't know. And there's going to be 2 moon missions getting launched this month, private moon missions, like landers or orbiters, I forget which, or both. I think they're both landers, but those are launching this month. At some point, supposedly, if all goes well. Let's see. And then next week is Mars opposition on the 16th. And then the day afterwards, on the 17th, Venus and Saturn will be pretty close to each other. Not like super close, but a couple degrees apart. So that should look pretty cool. That'll be in the evening sky. I'm not going to do a full... I don't expect myself to do one of those full, like, what's in the sky this month breakdowns. Because some of the things are kind of okay, but maybe I'm a little too, I don't know. Certain things, I guess, maybe interest me more than others. I didn't. I almost said excite, but maybe it's not quite that level. But like when certain planets are close to each other, that can be pretty cool, especially if they're really close. Like when Saturn and Jupiter were really close to each other a few years ago. That was neat. Um, but yeah, so oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, so if you haven't joined the Discord server, and you're interested in that auction or like, what do you call it? Perhaps bidding on something or splitting something, seeing if other people want us bid on a lot together. That would be a good place to maybe discuss that, because the auction, the bidding starts tomorrow. So, oh, what was that? Yeah, at noon Pacific time. So that'll be very interesting. I mean, the thing is with I forget what's going on there. I don't necessarily look too far ahead. I probably should. I think one of the things, they're not necessarily like right near each other, but this month in general, after, I guess, at least what I'm seeing right here, this month you can see, because sometimes the planets, like one of the planets might be behind the sun, or some will be more visible in the morning or in the evening. But right now, or this month, you'll, like after sunset, Venus and Saturn are kind of in the southwest towards the sun. Jupiter's up high in the sky, and then Mars is a little lower and rises. I mean, it gets higher, but like right after sunset, it's kind of low. So basically, if you have clear horizons, you can see 4 planets at the same time, and the four brightest ones, because Mercury isn't that bright, and it's kind of hard to see, and Uranus and Neptune are naked eye, or not naked eye. You can see them you can image them with a Seestar. Like they don't show up as discs necessarily, but you can tell that they're like blue dots. And those are also in the sky, in the evening sky. So yeah, basically all of the planets are visible in the evening, one way or another, except Mercury. So yeah, that is this month. Yeah. But those are that, which is nice if you want to image all the planets in the same evening. You can. It's and actually that wasn't necessarily the motivating factor of why I've got this new telescope, the more telephoto one, but now that I think about it, now that you mention it, I need to image all of those. I must. So while I still can, I just need to figure out how I'm gonna actually mount it, because since it exceeds the weight of my existing mount. Yeah, I mean, with the Seestar, like Saturn is tiny, but it's oblong, and you can tell it's oblong. Jupiter, you can see it's a disk. You can see bands if you zoom it and kind of change the exposure to kind of dim it a little bit, kind of play around with that. You can definitely see the bands. You can see you can easily see the 4 main moons, the Galilean moons. On Uranus and Neptune are, I thought that it was fairly there wasn't much to see except the fact that, you know, it was blue. But yeah, I think the only time I imaged them, I used the Seestar app, and I just said, you know, go to, and, you know, did an image for a bit, and yeah, you could tell it was the coloring. Let me actually see something here. Let's see. Let us see here. Dang it. Astro photos. Seestar. Yeah, so this was something I shot actually not that long ago. Like, well, it's like 3 months ago. Was that it? I think that was it. That's the robin's egg. But yeah, it's not as... So that was Neptune. And... do I have... Let me see. That was Jupiter. And you can, I mean, this wasn't necessarily the clearest one, and this isn't like any processing. This was just zoomed in and kind of tweaking the light. You can see there's bands there. That's not the best image I took of it, but I'm not seeing the other one I took. But yeah, similar thing with Uranus. It was definitely it looked star-like, but it was had a bluish tint to it. Let me see. I don't have all my images on this. Oh, what is this? Oh, I have some Jupiter videos I shot. That's not the... Yeah, so this was a video. I mean, you can tell there's bands there. It's not, you know, not the... I mean, it's for this... Oh, and here's another one I shot of... That's actually a video, supposedly, of the 4 Galilean moons, which I exposed Jupiter to get that. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's I did different exposure lengths. I haven't done that yet, but I've wanted to do that because I've seen some pretty decent... I mean, again, the problem is it's only 250 millimeter focal length, so you still run into that limit. But I've seen some surprisingly good results people have gotten with some of the planets. And yeah, and I'm trying to remember where I might have that, but I know when I did the moon, or when there was an occultation of Saturn by the moon, I was able to I mean, I zoomed in with the Seestar, and you could tell it was probably Saturn because it was kind of oval shaped because of the rings. But, you know, it wasn't... I mean, you were still able to see it and see it go behind the moon. So, and it was simple to do, which it definitely lowers the barrier to entry to be able to easily image it. Because I mean, like you could see that kind of thing with binoculars, but like holding binoculars for a while can be kind of tiring. Whereas this, you just set it up, go to, and let it image for a bit, viewing on your phone or whatever. But yeah, that's this month. You've got all those planets visible. All the planets except Mercury, I guess, are visible in the evening, after sunset. What else? Just looking to see if I can pull up something here real quick, but might not be able to. Let's see. Okay. When did I image this? This was actually December 2023. Wow. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the colors didn't come through great, but... And for some reason, this is the thumbnail JPEG, but you can tell it's blue. That's Uranus. And then showed Neptune. Again, Saturn's kind of small, but no, that's overexposed. That's really overexposed. I guess maybe did I do a video of it maybe? Jupiter, and then something mysteriously called Target. I guess that's also Jupiter. Yeah, too big to be anything but Jupiter. Yeah, that was a different session. Anyway, let's see what else. I'm just trying to see. Now I'm annoyed because I'm like, I know I got some better images here. I mean, again, they're not going to be like huge just because you're dealing with. I actually did image Pluto. It's like 14th, 15th magnitude. So that, I don't have a good image of that because it just looks like a star, a faint star. And I'd have to figure out which faint star it was in the image. Yeah, that must be Neptune. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah. So this month you can image all planets. You can see all of them. And then the Mars occultation. I'm very frustrated. I'm hoping the forecast changes, so I'll be able to see it. But if not, I'll have to figure out something else, another plan. But let me see. Oh, hey. Hello, Leo. Leo joined the Discord server. Welcome. Oh, hey. Oh, nice. Scott, I missed this. I'm sorry. Scott Smith posted this image of the Robin's Egg Nebula on the Discord server. That's nice. Nicely done. Yeah, and it's not Yeah, I had never even, I think I'd run across it when I was looking in the area, but I didn't think I'd be able to actually successfully image it. Um, let's see, mark red. Okay. Yeah, anyway, so I think that might be it. I'll probably do, it's Tuesday, right? I might do a live stream on Friday, because realistically, Thursdays, I'm not necessarily going to do it Thursday, but I'll definitely have one on Friday and or Saturday, because if it's clear on Saturday, I'll do one Saturday. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. On the other hand, if you want to make a if you want to make an auction, you might, or make a bid, you might be able to convince somebody else to pick it up. Like, I'm seriously debating bidding on some things, and kind of, if I end up winning them, I'll figure out how to get it later. Like, and a couple of people were talking about, they know people in the Bay Area or something that they might be able to convince to go down and pick it up. So, I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is, if there's something you really had your heart set on, it's worth a shot. I mean, you might not win it, but if you do win it, you could always figure out how to get it later. Because that's, I think, what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do. The YOLO approach, I guess you could say, where I'm just gonna try, and with the expectation I probably won't win, but if I win, I'll figure out the next step afterwards. But we'll see. But that said, the Seestar S50s is definitely a fun, yet very practical device, as far as, being able to get up and going. It's very efficient. You can get up and going very quickly. And yeah. So, and it's not that expensive. I mean, all things considered. So that's definitely a dilemma I've been in more recently, about, like, do I, and actually it was funny, because they were in one of the forums, like, or not forums, Discord servers, there's people who have 2 or 3, probably even more, Seestars. And I remember one person talking about it, like, they've been able to, by using multiple Seestars, get a lot of images, and then they have PixInsight, so they run them through PixInsight and end up with some really, really nice results. And they were kind of like, I could spend all this other money, or I could just get another Seestar and just accumulate more data. I mean, I'm sure there's a point where maybe it doesn't make sense, but like, from their point of view, I mean, they had other gear too, and from their point of view, just like the incremental cost of adding another. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing you find out. Like, some targets, that's always the thing when you're looking in kind of in Stellarium, and you see these impressive images or something. And the worst is when for me, is when I look something up and I see this really impressive image, and I go and I make a habit of saying, okay, oh, this is a Hubble image. Yeah, no, I'm not going to get anything remotely like this. Sometimes it'll be like, oh, shot with some amateur with a very nice rig, but at least it was an amateur, not a space telescope. But But yeah, definitely longer stacks for some things. There's no escaping it. And then that's where, you know, yeah. But there's so many targets that like can pretty you get a quick win from it. Pretty quick results. Oh, okay. Hey. Is Dave still in the chat? That would be funny if he's like, hey, I didn't say that. No. 2 hours away. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. Even seeing if other people, because that would be a major problem. If they wouldn't let someone else pick it up. But yeah. It's definitely something. I before the bidding starts, I need to do a final pass and like read through some things a little bit more closely, just to see before I do anything that yeah, not impulsive, but before I place an order that I can't pick up or that can't be picked up for me, that would be a problem. Yeah. Yeah, easy. Well, you are a little bit closer than I am by hundreds of miles closer, which helps. I think I'm like 1,800 miles away, something like that. Oh, hey. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I Seiko was talking about the 16-inch, and I said, if you win that, I'll go pick it up and I'll drop it off at Starfront. I'll drop it off at Starfront for you. What was I gonna see? Okay, I was gonna see. What's the name of the town? Watsonville. Watsonville, California. I know I looked at this before. It is 1,800 miles away. Almost 1,900 miles away from me. So, I mean, like, not quite half that distance is, over a third of the distance is just getting out of Texas. But, yeah, it has me coming out, driving kind of diagonally out through, going up diagonally out to the Panhandle through Albuquerque and then kind of west from there, Flagstaff, and then kind of north of LA going up I should know, I've driven on this road. Going up I-5, yeah. Going up I-5 and then cutting over to Santa Cruz because it's right next to Santa Cruz, or it's near Santa Cruz. Yeah. Well, and that was the other thing. I was thinking about that too, is and that's why I was like saying, if people want to try to figure out how to if they're serious about it, you know, figure out how to perhaps split something or have one person get it and then yeah. I mean, because that was the one thing I was looking at, like solar telescopes and stuff, and some of them were like lots, smaller lots. Yeah, 1,300 miles. Neighborhood. Oh, hey. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, good night, Gary. Thanks for joining. Have a good evening. Yeah. Yeah, 1,300 miles. That's like, that's how far you have to drive that far to get across your ranch, right, Seiko? Australian, one of those mega ranches or whatever. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think I'm about kind of winding down too. It's getting kind of late. Um, so thanks for joining. Thanks for stopping by, Vinyl. Appreciate it. Uh, yeah. And that's yeah, that's the other thing, cuz like some of them they do actually have enough, some they have better levels of detail than others. Um, because I have seen some dub Sonys where they were clear that it was just the OTA. But then others it was like, and then others it was clear that it came with the box. But then others it wasn't necessarily clear. Um, so yeah, there's always that. And then some of them it just looked like I started looking through a bunch of them because it they ended up just saying telescope, and I'm like, well, that could be a lot of different things. I even was looking through, um, I was even looking through some of, what was it? Yeah, down here they have like these pallets on the ground and it just says telescopes, and they're like, uh, various models, open box and returns. And it's like, yeah, that could be a terrible idea, but it also could be like, let me bid some low number for it, and maybe there's something valuable in there or okay in there. But I was actually like on some of them, I was actually enlarging the image and trying to figure out product numbers to see if any of them were of interest. Um, some of them were kind of, oh, Coronado EQ. I may need to look at some of these again. Because, yeah, I was kind of like zooming in on some of these to see. Yeah, the land of broken toys. Yeah, just like, just like this. What was another one I remember seeing? That was kind of along those lines. Oh, where this one, assorted telescopes, and they're just kind of like sitting there. Um, I was like, minimum. Does it have a minimum bid even? Is it one of the ones that has like a $50 minimum? Are they all 50 minimum? Yeah, $50. I'm like, would it be worth bidding $50 on it? Just in the off chance? Like, would any of this be? Yeah, it number of watchers. It was kind of funny. There was one of them I looked at, it had like 4 watchers. I was like, no one wants this. I forget what it was. Maybe it's gone up in number, but there was one that was like, nobody wants this thing. And I had actually added it to my, maybe it was those assorted telescopes, and now more people have added it. 45. I forget what it was, but it was funny because I'm like, nobody wants this. If I bid on this, I might actually end up with it. So I need to think carefully if I actually want that. But yeah, assorted focusers. Like 36 people watching this. It's a lot of focusers. So you could tell somebody to focus. See, I've got them right here. Focus. Yeah, maybe. It's a lot of focusers. That's a lot of focusers. Oh, okay. Bino viewers. Interesting. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. But yeah. It's a lot of focusers, and that looks slightly dusty. And the fact it's just like on a shelf. Was it always on that shelf? Has it been on that shelf for a while? I wonder how much the air cushion machine's going for. Oh, 4 people. Maybe that's what I was looking at, where I'm like, 4 people are looking at the air cushion machine. People aren't here for the warehouse equipment. Telescopes. Cause yeah, some of these I was like assorted accessories. And some of them I was looking at and I was like, eh. I mean, I could see like some of them, like some liquidator, or maybe even some, I don't know, buying them and then selling them, reselling them real cheap, um, on eBay or something. But a lot of it didn't. Some of it wasn't generally used or something that I would consider, but there were some. And then some of them, like, you know, you could you could possibly split, 2 or 4 or 5 lot thing, but then like 300 laser pointers. What am I going to do with 300 laser pointers? Like 100 laser pointers. What am I going to do with 100 laser pointers? Strap them all together and set fire to things. I don't know. Oh, a hot green. Yeah, 7,000 miles. Yeah, that would be a rough drive. It would be a very rough drive for you. Want those lasers? That would be. It's a lot of lasers. Um, Binoculars and literature. I have a feeling it's not classic literature. That it's documentation. It's like, that would be funny. It's like, it's actually books. It's actually Shakespeare. Binoculars and literature. I'm gonna start going off the rails here before too long. But yeah, I need to do another pass through it. I ended up spending a fair amount of time a few days ago looking through a bunch of stuff and favoriting some stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that would be yeah, everybody gets a light toy. Yeah. Yeah, wakes up with lasers. That would be, especially those like green lasers, those um yeah, one thing I haven't actually looked through much are these binoculars. Cause oh, Nikon binoculars. Huh. Binocular. Yeah, cause like I don't like I have a pair of astronomical binoculars. I have a pair of solar binoculars, white light solar binoculars. And I have like a weak pair of binoculars. And so I'm like, do I need another pair of binoculars? I end up just opening a zillion tabs and then going through and just 3 Nikon, 4 Orion, waterproof. Actually, only 13 people watching. For wilderness, waterproof. Yeah, not many people watching these binoculars. And 4, those probably won't. Rainforest. Vortex. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Not that I was trying to, but it's one of those things, It's worth this kind of thing doesn't happen every day. Of telescope auctions. Nice. Bino viewer. But 76 people watching that. That makes sense. Nice. Very nice. Very varied. That's cool. Yeah, I didn't pop it on the screen, but I looked up 143. A lot of binoculars. Actually, I didn't. Did I look at this? Vortex. Mead. A lot of Mead binoculars. There are so many lots of these. Actually, that was... What is this? See, these are some of those bigger ones. Vortex. Mead. A lot of the same, like all these lots of 4. Oh, 15 by 7, 2 of them. 15 by 7, I mean 15 by 70. 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 15 by 17. 70. Back in the day, I had some really big Celestron. I still have them. Big Celestron, but astronomical binoculars. A lot of the 15 by 70s. 7 by 50. Yeah. How many watching the... Oh gosh. Oh wait, before I do that, let me look at that. That looks interesting. One of those giant ones. Where was it? Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, an hour on the rosette can be pretty good. Especially, yeah, it depends on your skies and stuff, but... I don't remember what lot that was. Oh, the sound level's low? Maybe I've been talking too quietly? I wonder, did I change something? No? Maybe I'm just being too quiet today? Oh, weird. That's really weird. That's very strange. I mean, like the volume. Let me see. It's not off the charts. Like I have a volume meter and it's about... Was it because I was off axis too much? Maybe it was because I was off axis too much. Huh. Okay. All right. Well, I don't want to change anything during the stream, so because I don't want to blow people out. But I'll take a look at that because it might be something. You know, I did have a problem where I had reset some stuff, and maybe the levels I had gotten it to ended up going down. Okay, let me make a note about that. check. Where was that? Check volume level. Wait, yeah, check. Yeah, because like I say, I don't want to mess around with things and blow out the volume tonight, but I'll take a look at that because I don't actively monitor it, and so yeah, maybe there's something that got reset. Let's see. I need to. I don't remember what these were even listed. It was just like ACF. Actually, let me look that up. ACF. Because it was very specific ACF. Assembly of 3 boxes. 219 are watching. There were 2 of them. Actually, I think there were 2 of them. Was it that one? Maybe there was just one. I thought there was more than one. But yeah, so 219 watching that one. Oh, that's a 14-inch. 200. Giant view. 18 by 65s. Nice. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, see, I'm super conflicted about that, honestly. I mean, I was looking at, yeah. I mean, I guess part of me is like, yeah, I don't want, if I was going to try to win an auction, it wouldn't be an 8-inch, it would probably be a 10, maybe a 12. 14 might be too much. Yeah, because like I was also looking at, yeah, I mean, sometime I might get a C8 eventually, but I was also looking around on Facebook Marketplace and I saw like a C11 that wasn't, it was not much more than I was expecting to pay for a C8. And I was like, C11? That might be nice. But then of course all my problems become bigger as far as amount and the hassle, but I don't know. Yeah, trade the Rasa for a C11. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah. Well, and then it didn't help. I was like watching some YouTube videos of people who had C11s, and I was like, that would be nice. And you can put a Hyperstar in it, and it's like f1.9, I think, for the C11, which that would be cool. But yeah. Who knows? Maybe, again, maybe I'll YOLO it and put a bid in for like a 14-inch, and if I get it, then I might have to be asking for advice on what the heck do I do now with C14. And like, because like the tripods, like the giant, and then there's like a super giant. It was a ridiculous tripod that you need for the 16-inch. Super giant field tripod for the 16-inch. Like, look at that thing. I mean, this is what I went for new, but like, look at that. That is just, that's mental. But I mean, when you have a 16-inch, like that That just looks ridiculous. That is quite a telescope. Yeah, 3 of those tripods. I'm sure those are value priced. 353. Okay, yeah. Maybe that was the one I. But yeah, it's that would be nice. Nice to have something like that, but I mean, given that how much north is over $10,000 they went for new, like I don't think, unless the discount the discount would have to be pretty steep. When you go into the auction item, it has, by the watch list, it says how many people are watching it. Like right here. But yeah, it was, that would be funny. Yeah. Can you imagine? I mean, I'm not seriously suggesting this, but it would be pretty funny. It's like, tune into my next live stream where I will be streaming 2 Seestars and a Meade 16-inch. I mean, like, yeah, I wouldn't need a tripod. I just like somehow like attach them to the Meade's tripod. That would be the strangest juxtaposition of yeah. it would be the oddest juxtaposition, and especially if you didn't tell, like, you didn't tell people and they're like, how the heck are you imaging that? What do you have? It's like, well, yeah, it unfortunately it's not, you have to click into the item to see it. But you know, on the other hand, part of me, I'm not completely, what do you call it? I'm not completely kind of going to ignore ones that have higher watch counts, because some of them might be like, they're not necessarily serious bidders, or like they would only bid a very low value for it, just in the off. I mean, like, based on my very limited experience with eBay auctions, you know, where, yeah, you don't necessarily have a lot of serious. I mean, you'll have some people who just like swing at the fence, see if they'll, and that's probably what I'm going to be doing on a few of these. But just in the off chance of getting something, which actually, now that I think about it, maybe I should bid on some of those ACFs. Not like a bunch of them, but just try to see if I could get something. But yeah. That will be fun to see. Basically piggybacking, attaching an S30 to a Seestar S30 to a RASA. That'll be fun to watch. That would be very fun. Well, definitely the skies have not improved, so that's kind of a bummer. I might go ahead and start shutting down some stuff so I'm not doing it later. Let's see. What did I? Interesting. Did not like that. Just trying to get in here. All right. So the refractor should start parking itself. And is it actually showing up on the all sky camera yet? Is the all sky camera even? Oh yeah, yeah. So you can see it. I just homed it. Okay. Let me shut that off. I'm gonna shut this down. The my mini PC, that is. All right. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. If you get, yeah, I might not be able to look. I'm not sure if I'll be able to look at the logs tonight. I have a call in 7 hours. Shit. Forgot about that. Anyway, yeah, no, but keep an eye on that auction. I'm definitely, and if you're not on the Discord server, check it out. If you are thinking about doing it, and kind of, we can share plans and see what we plan on doing with the spoils of our victory. But it might take cool. Yeah, so yeah, I think that might be it for tonight. Because like I say, I just realized I have a call and I still have to break everything down. But thanks for tuning in. Like I say, I'll be live streaming again later this week. Either Friday and or Saturday. We'll pencil it in. And keep an eye out for the auction. Hopefully it goes smoothly, and maybe you can get a good deal on stuff. I know I'm gonna try. And beyond that, yeah, thanks for tuning in. Oh, thanks to Callus for joining, and the super thanks. I appreciate it a lot. Good night, Jack G, and I will see you all next time. Thanks. Bye. Malfunction. This is comical. Let's see if I can do this again. Let's see. Wow, something. There's some major breakage here. That is comical. Well, let me try this again. Why did that do that? It malfunctions every once in a while. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and good night, Star Traveler. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I might, I always forget. Yeah, no, thanks for joining, and I enjoyed a lot, and I appreciate it a lot. Oh, nice. Ready to process M32. I just need to figure out. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna try doing this manually, so please bear with me while I need to figure out how to do this better. Good night, and I'll see you next time.